I made it. I didn't think I was. Intro song is vibes. I almost just burnt the place down. Hello. Don't ask. It's a little embarrassing. Hello, hello. We're back with more Nancy Guthrie. At some point, I'm just going to stop talking about this case. Facts. My camera's back. Ooh, ooh. Is this good or no? Can you guys see me and hear me okay? Hello. Welcome back. Hi. Thank you. Hi, Evie. It's that time of night, you know? Evie, Austin, Robert. I saw Debbie in here. Debbie stays supporting me. I hope you don't see that, Harvey. Listen. No, I'm not in the mood today. Sounds good. Looks good. Finally. Yo, I couldn't turn on my camera at all in the last live. It sucked. I'm sorry. It was probably boring, but actually it wasn't. The interview was good. Oh, interesting. Thank you, Wilson. Intro song is vibes. Yeah, I'm gonna have new intro, new outro, all of it here this weekend. Third live of the day, shout out to us. We stay on top of true crime. Like we actually stay on top of. If you can hear the air fryer, don't mind me. So day 19. Hi, Abuelita. Amazing live, Melly. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate you so much. Debbie, let me know if you ever want me to give you lunch. Got my popcorn ready. Yeah, listen. Listen. I don't even know. That's why I said I don't know how much air fryer or smoke detector. My smoke detector doesn't work. It's just probably not very smart. But I burn a lot of incense and shit in here, so I can't really have one that works. Second of all, yes, the air fryer almost caught on fire. We'll get into it later. Anyways, back to Nancy Guthrie, day 19. She's still missing. Now the world thinks she's in Mexico, in Mexico. She's not in Mexico, okay? She's absolutely not in Mexico. Maybe she is. I don't know. What do I even know, right? LOL. Go get it fixed. No, incense away from detectors. It's too much, Evie. I don't think she is. In Mexico? No. I don't think so either. Okay, so since we've last I didn't do a live on Nancy. Wait, did I do a live on Nancy yesterday? No, I didn't. So I skipped day 18. Are my days wrong? People just tuning into this channel are probably like, what the? I think I'm right though. Like I think I'm right. Anyways. Listen, so people think she's in Mexico now. And allegedly they found out that people were doing Google searches for Nancy. Yeah, back in like the beginning of January. People were like looking her up like, "Oh, I don't even know what they were looking up. I think they were looking up like her address and stuff." Yeah. So remember the 𝗝𝗵𝗵 case out of Ohio? I'm thinking a lot about Ohio today because one, Kenzie's in Ohio, and two, I'm covering another case out of Ohio for tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. I just got the body cam, so I have to put it together. So maybe tomorrow. Depends what we do tonight. Are we gonna have a party tonight? We should have a party tonight. Say what? Searching for Nancy? Dude, at this point, I need to get to Arizona and look for Nancy myself because where the hell is Nancy? Listen, the Sheriff Thanos, I can't with him anymore. Like I just can't listen to him anymore. Him and Ashley Banfield are having like beef too. And he tried to call out Brian Enton. Yeah. We're gonna get all into the drama. I think we already kind of did in that interview, but I didn't really catch it. So we're gonna get into it. So yeah, so okay, updates. Nancy's in Mexico, allegedly. Two, people were Google searching her back in the beginning of January. So it opens up a new window of like time and people she associated with, right? So now they're going back to January. So January 11th, I believe the date is. At this point, I'm losing hope. I'm losing hope. Very sad. Very, very sad. I'm gonna cry. Just kidding. I'm not, but am I a good actress or no? You're like, don't ever act again. Okay, so that would heat up if they took her to I don't it would be okay, listen. So they're hiding her in Mexico because it's definitely not cartel. Like I'm gonna tell you that much right now. Yeah, you can act. I'm telling you this much right now. It is not the cartel. Melly, how do you know that? How are you so sure? I can't speak of these things on YouTube. But listen, if there was a cartel, they would not be sending 4 ransom letters to Harvey of all people. Absolutely not. They would be sending like a finger, a leg. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to sound like um what's the word? Like scary? It's definitely not. Hey, Agent Orange. No, it's definitely not. I guess it could drive her over there. It's like 60 miles from her house, like driving, driving, driving. I think you can get in pretty well past the border. I don't know what that looks like now. Um, I would have thought you got because when I've traveled before to Mexico driving, I've had people check my car at some point. I just don't remember where. The Kurt Cobain cases sound like this case. Are we ever gonna find Nancy? Is the real question. Anyways, so we're gonna do the usual. I'm not gonna make this like very long because we're gonna do an after dark, I think. But we're gonna catch up with all of our favorites, Brian Enton, um, and then we're gonna do, I think, Megan Kelly. There wasn't too much today though. Everyone's just kind of waiting around. And I also heard that media is kind of being reduced. They're leaving Nancy's home. Um, so I hope the case is not like losing traction. I hope that, like I hope it's not like a cold case or anything like that. Um, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments, the replay viewers. Shout out to you. Also, let me know in the chat. So let's start with there has been a video posted on the Ring Neighbors app approximately zero point 0.4 miles from Nancy's house. So there was someone creeping around one of the houses. We're going to watch that video or a clip. It's 20 seconds long, and then we'll go into 2 news clips, and then we'll watch some Brian Enton. And if something else happens by the time I get off, then we'll review it. So let me pull this up. Thank you. Great. Oh, I'm little on the screen. Oh no. Mm, sorry. Don't hate me. I'm playing with your feelings. So you're gonna have to zoom in because I'm on vertical. I wonder if there's just like a bunch of robberies going on. What is this person leaving and they do have a reflector backpack or a backpack with a reflector. This was a house like less than a mile from Nancy's last night. Was it last night? So it seems like maybe there's some kind of like robberies going on. Um, what the is this for real or is like or are they doing this on purpose? It says from 9 hours ago. It was posted on the Ring Neighbors app where Nancy lives. zero point 0.4 miles. So this was at somebody else's home. Whoa. No, not the night she was kidnapped. This is from like last night, I think. Yeah, this post was 9 hours ago. Oh, I don't it doesn't say from what night. So maybe you could be right. It doesn't say the date. Oh, yeah, I think it is. I thought it was, like, last night or something. No, I think it is from the night she went missing. It says, "At the same location where an individual was previously seen with walking with a backpack about zero point 0.4 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home, the reflectors on the shoulder area, a police vehicle is observed pulling up 10 minutes later and making a U-turn." Wait, what do you mean? So the people from the house called the cops and they did, like, a drive-through? Who was in that patrol? I have questions. Is the police department involved? What's going on here? This is weird. I hadn't seen this. This is creepy. And whoever was driving that patrol car, if it was from a night from Nancy's, why haven't they said anything? What? What? That's a cop, not security. I know. Hey, William. Okay. Weird. I didn't see that cop part. Yeah. I hadn't seen that either. That's why I'm like, wait, we're doing a reaction here. People said, "What day is this?" And he said, "It's last night." Okay, I almost had a heart attack. I was like, "Wow, nobody fessed up. No, false information." This was last night. Wait, last night with all that media there? Well, I guess they don't sleep there, right? No, it was from last night, not the night she went missing. My bad. What day was this? It says in the comments, and the person wrote last night who posted it. So that's even worse. If it was last night and both of them are from last night. So if there was someone roaming around someone else's house, how is that happening with all this media and police presence there? Like Nancy is missing. No one should be creeping in anyone's backyard in that neighborhood. That is insane. Yeah, I'll show you guys so you can see that I'm not at least you know where I'm getting the information from. So this was posted 9 hours ago by Nerdy Addict. He's been on top of this case as well. And then someone replied 9 hours ago when it was posted, "What day was this though?" And he said last night. So it was last night. Is this a joke? Who would be doing that in Nancy's neighborhood when she's literally missing? When it's a case that's like literally all over the media and stuff. Like they didn't think they would be seen. That is really, really wild. Um, I don't know what the heck is going on. So, oh yeah, this is funny. I kind of want to watch I kind of want to watch that interview again with Thanos. So let me because there's a lot of drama going on with that. Let me pull it up. Talk to me about what you guys think that's all about because I'm over here freaking out because people be thinking that she's in Mexico and there's a creepo walking around in Tucson, right in her neighborhood. Um, let's see. What day was that? Yeah, we're gonna watch that over again because I want to see this interview again. I'd want to live with my neighbor. That's really crazy. Let me see if I see anything on X from PMS. I don't think they posted anything. Since no, nothing. What's going on, you guys? I think that are people just is this gonna be like Sebastian Rogers where they can't seem to figure it out? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's just gonna be like a cold case. Because where is Sebastian Rogers, by the way? Um, hey Ramon, a vigilante. I don't get who would be doing that when there's so many police around and stuff. It's time to get a pew pew. Let's watch a clip of them talking about how they think she's in Mexico from News Nation. We're gonna watch two news clips and then we'll watch Brian Enton did only like a 28-minute video today, which also makes me think that things are slowing down. And we're gonna watch that. He just dropped it like 10 minutes ago.
Anguish search for Nancy Guthrie, which now appears likely to see a day 20. And who knows how many more. The big headline today, the reward money nearly doubling tonight. An anonymous donor pitched in $100,000, boosting the reward to more than $200,000 total for any information leading to an arrest in this case. A touching act of generosity, to be sure, but also a troubling sign of desperation. It comes amid conflicting reports about the widening investigation into Mexico. Sources tell News Nation that the FBI has reached out to Mexican authorities to expand the geographic search for the missing 84-year-old south of the border. But local Mexican authorities are telling a different story. The Attorney General of the state of Sonora, which borders Mexico, Arizona, released a statement today saying they have not received any formal request for collaboration, assistance, or exchange of information from U.S. authorities or Mexican federal agencies about this case. The Attorney General added that if an official request was received, it will be attended to with full willingness. He also said that the office reached out to the FBI, which said there is no indication that Guthrie could be in Mexico. That is the view as well of Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos. But the sheer proximity of Nancy Guthrie's home to the Mexican border raises questions. This map shows her Tucson home in the Catalina Foothills is just 75 miles or an hour-and-a-half drive from the border crossing at Nogales. While U.S. authorities do conduct strict checks on people coming into our country, it is very easy to travel south into Mexico without being stopped. And not everyone crosses right at the official checkpoints. This map shows about a 100-mile stretch with no border wall at all. Our own Brian Enton ventured south of the border today, entering at an official crossing in Nogales. Brian joins us now. What did you find, Brian, after spending the day in Nogales? Did anybody there, had they heard of this case?
Most people had not, Elizabeth, which was sort of shocking considering this is the biggest story in our country for the most part right now. But once you went into Mexico, right on the other side of the border wall, people seem to have no idea who Nancy Guthrie was. And you mentioned, I mean, you can walk right in. No one even asks you a question. No one asks to see your ID. You walk or you drive right into Mexico, which makes you think how easy it would be for someone to take someone like Nancy into Mexico. Only an hour and a half drive from here. I want to show you what people told us. And we also took you to a pharmacy, Elizabeth, because, you know, there's been so many questions about Nancy getting her medication. Could someone get her medication? In Mexico, the answer is yes, because you don't need a prescription for most heart medicines. This is what we saw.
¿Escuchado usted el caso de la señora Nancy Guthrie que la secuestraron o está perdida en Tucson?
No. This is the picture here.
He said that he's not aware of the case of Nancy's.
No. Has she ever heard of it? No. Never heard of it?
No. Nunca han visto caso. Nunca he escuchado nada.
No, nada.
Las cámaras están grabando todo. Están grabando todo. He's saying that the cameras are recording everything 24/7. Okay. Whenever you come in or whenever you go out. It doesn't matter that they don't ask for information about you, but there's video.
They'll see it. Yeah. Okay. So we've seen a ton of pharmacies since we came in. There's a big one here. Yeah. So you can get pretty much anything.
I mean, they still have controlled medicine or drugs, but like antibiotics or some other stuff that you can get without prescription in the States, you can get it here. Hay algunos que los puedes conseguir sin receta aquí en México que no se necesita.
You don't need a prescription for some drugs there.
Por ley, you can find some medicines here without prescription that you require prescription there. Talking specifically about the heart medicine, it all depends what substance is. It may be controlled here, it may not. So maybe you get good chances of getting whatever medicine you need here.
With no prescription.
With no prescription.
Has he heard of the case?
No, he has not heard of it.
He hadn't recognized the photo. So most people had not heard of the case, Elizabeth. There is a missing persons group in Sonoma, a group of women that are now helping to search for Nancy Guthrie, and they actually have flyers that they are now distributing. And what that one man, the point that he made about the cameras, even though you can walk into Mexico, there are a ton of cameras that record the people walking in, and there's the flyer, the people walking in and the cars going in. So if they had a vehicle description, they could hypothetically go back and review camera footage and try to find the vehicle that way. Elizabeth?
Wow. All right, Brian.
I can't believe Brian Enton made it into Mexico. Shout out to him. Yes, we are covering the Nancy case. We don't think she's in Mexico. I don't think so, at least. I can't speak for everyone, but I don't think she's in Mexico. Let's watch this other clip by Fox, and then we'll get into Brian Enton's episode from tonight to see what he has to say about everything. Please hit the like button, guys.
Now released new developments. According to data on Google Trends, one internet user appears to have searched for both Nancy Guthrie's address and Savannah Guthrie's salary in the weeks prior to that disappearance.
So this is like the 𝗝𝗵𝗃 case. Remember that the husband, Michael, or the ex-husband, Michael McKee, was looking up Monique's wedding video, and they were able to tell from analytics. Well, that's what they figured out from Google, is that somebody was searching Nancy and Savannah and all their information back in January. So I guess one could ask, was this pre-planned from all the way back then? Agent says there are certain people in Mexico that pay to know what's going on in their town. There are bad groups in Mexico, but also good people, so they would find out info quickly. I don't think so either. You can get they say that in the video that you can get some prescription meds, but you really can get everything. Like Tupac said, don't believe everything you see and read. Also very true. Absolutely. I thought that this was a whole distraction from the Epstein files. I know it sounds crazy, but I have been covering them and I could see that.
Now, meanwhile, genetic genealogy that has been used to catch notorious killers is now being used to try and track down Nancy Guthrie's suspected kidnappers. And according to new reports, the FBI has now contacted Mexican authorities regarding the case. And now, following an anonymous donation, the reward for information leading to Nancy Guthrie or her possible kidnapper is now $200,000. Here with more. Host of Crime Stories on Fox 1, Nancy Grace. Nancy, okay, an internet user, to be clear, looking for Nancy Guthrie's home address and Savannah Guthrie's salary. And by the way, TMZ got another ransom note they described as highly sophisticated, wanting another form of cryptocurrency payment. Your take on all of this? I think the internet search is kind of blockbuster.
I agree, Sean. And if you look at the dates of the internet searches, they go all the way back to June 21, June 28, 2025, and significantly on January 11, 2026. That's just before the days before her kidnap. And another thing about that June 11 date, that was also the date a post went out asking for cam video of neighbors that very day. So I'm curious about the connection between Savannah's salary and where Nancy Guthrie lives. And we believe that at least one of these searches occurred in the Tucson area. Now, this is what I...
Oh, wow. So it is a local. This is absolutely insane.
know. That type of Google Trend search was used in a Colorado Police Department bombing. And it was searched down to the keywords like you're seeing tonight. And it was solved through those keywords. And speaking of Google, of course, all that will be a Google trend. It will be a Google investigation. And speaking of Google, right now they are doing a process called scratching. And I'm particularly interested, Sean, in that roof cam on Nancy Guthrie's home. Now, we've heard from the Pima County Sheriff, there's nothing there. There's nothing there. And bam, Google comes up with the door cam, right? Scratching is like scratching through 7 or 8 layers of paint, right? And you want to get down to layer number 4. So you better be careful when you get to layer 5, or you might just scratch away layer 4. They're looking for video that may have been taped over. And think, if they get that rooftop cam, Sean, they might be able to get a vehicle. And if they get...
Nancy needs to chill because she took Sheriff Nano's words right out of his mouth. He said that in the interview we're about to replay from the previous day, where he said, you know, there's layers to this. Second of all, there was a camera, I guess, on the roof. So they missed that when the police department. And so now they don't know if they have footage from it or not. People need to start looking up links between Savannah's husband and the Clintons. Funny how the kidnapping happened the same day the Epstein files dropped. Yeah, I know. People have been saying
the
that.
vehicle, it all starts to fall together. See what I mean? That's why it's so important that the scratching process take place. Now, on to the DNA. There is word that the DNA found in Nancy's home, which I think is the most promising. I had hopes, just like you, that that glove that was about 1.5 miles away from her home, it resembled the glove the porch guy was wearing. I hope that would work. But think about it, a random glove 1.5 miles away, what the likelihood? Low. But the DNA in the home, Sean, much more likely. He was in there 41 minutes. Doing what? Touching the doorknobs, touching the light switches. We know those lights were left on in the front foyer, right? That was not her practice. He turned them on. The doorknob to her room, anything moved in the home, maybe even the bathroom, maybe the commode flush. I don't know. They looked everywhere. Now, if they get it, word is it's going to be sent to 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗹𝗆 Labs. They are very simply the best. I know Kristen Middleman. She runs it along with her husband, David, and their specialty is degraded, mixed, or minuscule amounts of DNA. And that's what we're talking about, genetic genealogy. They were responsible for cracking the Kohberger DNA conundrum. And not only that, the Rachel Morin problem. Remember Rachel Morin, the mom killed on the Mpah Trail by a guy here from El Salvador. He attacked an underage minor female in LA and was running from a murder charge in El Salvador and landed here and murdered Rachel Morin on a trail. They cracked both of those cases. That's good for the Guthrie family.
All right, so if in fact the internet user is searching for Nancy Guthrie's address and Savannah Guthrie's salary. That lends itself to the narrative that it's a kidnap ransom. 41 minutes then in the house really scares me. Thoughts?
Yep.
Yes, it does.
Yes.
It concerns me about what happened to Nancy Guthrie during those 41 minutes. But if you want to win this game, you got to keep your eye on the prize. You cannot think about what happened to Nancy inside the home. You have to think about trying to find the perp. Remember how he was touching his fight light and that was on the outside of the gloves, then touching the door handle. He did the same thing on the inside. It's very likely we're getting DNA. Touch DNA, Sean.
You know, you gave everybody a great reminder last night, and you kind of scolded me on national TV, but I deserved it. And that is, Sean, did you think this was going to be easy? And the answer to that question is no, it's not. This is hardcore police work, and I have faith and confidence in our law enforcement, especially the FBI in this case. Nancy Grace, thank you.
Do you guys have faith in law enforcement and the FBI at this point? Let me know. I'm just curious. Okay, let's play Brian Enton. We're getting caught up on all the news. I haven't covered this. I didn't cover this yesterday because I felt like, what's the point when we didn't really know much more new? Please hit the like button.
Checking out my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I appreciate all the support. You guys following along with me.
Or Agent Orange says we don't have a choice in law enforcement. You're actually right. But we do actually when you vote people in for sheriff and stuff. So to some extent, I guess, if you're into politics. I'm confused of LE now. I think it's a botched investigation, and I don't know that, like, no what, Asain? You can't vote for sheriff? Or what? I don't know, guys. I just hope it doesn't lose traction. You know? Let's play Brian.
Now, Friday, I'm continuing, obviously, to cover the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. I'm in Nancy's neighborhood right now, but I spent the day in Mexico, which is not far. I mean, it takes like an hour to get there from Nancy's house. It's like 60 miles away, Nogales, you can cross. It's so easy to get into Mexico. They don't ask you anything, what you're going to see. I'm going to take you along for the journey. And there's been a lot of questions about whether Nancy could be in Mexico. We confirmed through FBI sources that the FBI has been in contact with Mexican authorities about the case. Mexican law enforcement has now responded, and I'm going to get into that in a minute, but they say that there's no evidence that Nancy's in Mexico, but I mean, you just can't, write it off. I mean, again, Mexico is so close. You just go south and you're there. So I wanted to go across the border. I was surprised by what I saw, and I wanted to take you guys along for the journey, and then I'll get into other updates in the case in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates. All right, so we're on our way to Mexico from Tucson, which is a really very simple drive on Highway 19. There's a checkpoint along the highway when you are leaving Mexico, and I actually went through it the other day.
Oh yeah, okay. So the updates from yesterday was that she was potentially in Mexico, right? And that the Google searches, and then Asain brought up a good point. The other update was also that, yeah, Pimas County Sheriff's has a reality show, and I had no idea either. No, they have it already. It's been on for 2 seasons. So now we know Sheriff Thanos. I call him Thanos, but it's Nanos. He trying to be all up and being famous and shit. They do. They already have it. I'll show you guys a post. We're going to go over some more posts in a second, but let's listen to Brian.
When I went down to Rio Rico, when there was that, that false alarm, we think it was a false alarm when the guy Carlos, when they searched his house and detained him. So when you're coming back, there's a checkpoint where CBP stops you and they have dogs and they, sometimes to ask you questions. But when you're going to Mexico on Highway 19, it's very, very simple. It's a straight shot. It's like an hour from Tucson. So we're getting close now to Nogales, which is the border town right on the border where you can actually cross in. This is, you guys know Mo. Say hi, Mo. How's it going?
Hello.
Daniel.
Getting ready.
Yeah, we're getting ready. And luckily they both speak good Spanish. And Daniel's actually Mexican. And I speak a little bit of Spanish just because I'm from Florida, but not a ton. So they're going to be here to help me out, and we'll see what happens. So basically, we just park and walk. That's it. So
Passport and a sticker.
I'm a little nervous because I do not have my passport. I did not bring my passport on this trip, which I'm not sure. I'm hearing conflicting things, but I'm gonna try because you guys know me. I'm always sort of just optimistic.
That one says contact. This one doesn't.
So basically, we park here and then we walk in.
All the way. Go all the way, all the way. Keep on going, keep on going. Go, 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 go.
A ver, déjame sacar el...
¿Ha escuchado usted el caso de la señora Nancy Guthrie que la secuestraron o está perdida en Tucson?
This is the picture here.
Ella es la señora, ella es la
He's asking him if he's familiar with the case, and people are like, no, we're not familiar with the case.
conductora y es su mamá. ¿No ha escuchado nada?
No. Has he ever heard of it?
No,
Never heard of it?
nunca he escuchado nada.
No.
Las autoridades americanas están hablando con las autoridades mexicanas. I'm asking is about the case specifically, if they know something about Nancy's disappearance, but also the way that I'm involving them is like asking what they think about the U.S. government asking help to the Mexican
And what did he
government.
say?
He said that he's not aware of the case of Nancy's. Buenos días. Una preguntita. Somos de un canal de noticias en el otro lado. Estamos haciendo un reportaje acá en México preguntando sobre la desaparición de la señora. ¿Has escuchado algo de este caso?
No, la verdad
¿No has escuchado? Es la mamá de una conductora de una cadena de televisión que vive en Tucson.
So what did she say?
She haven't heard about the case, but she said that things like that can happen. That is a sad situation, and suddenly it's like we're so close to the border again that can happen.
But she heard nothing about it.
But she don't know nothing about the case.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Todo ese tiempo, somos de una cadena de noticias del otro lado, americana. El compañero no habla español, lo voy a ayudar a traducir. ¿Ha escuchado usted el caso de la señora Nancy Guthrie, que es mamá de una presentadora de noticias allá en Estados Unidos, que está desaparecida?
no,
¿No ha escuchado nada?
nada.
So what did she say?
She said that she's not aware of the case and that she does not know any other cases of people being brought here to Mexican side from the American side. Una de noticias del americano que estamos trabajando. Hay una señora. You have the picture?
Yes, yeah, I have the picture.
Ahí está la mamá de una presentadora de noticias de la cadena. Ella es la mamá. Ella es la presentadora de la cadena NBC. La mamá vive en Tucson y está desaparecida. Están pidiendo la ayuda. ¿Has escuchado de algún caso de gente que hayan traído de allá de Estados Unidos para acá? No. No has escuchado nada.
What did he say?
He said that he hasn't heard about the case just yet. He don't think it's possible. It's kind of hard to bring people to the Mexican side.
Why do they? He's the second one who said it was hard, but when we walked in, it was easy. What do they mean
Es
by
lo que
that?
sí es cierto. Regularmente cuando vienes en carro nunca te preguntan quién eres ni te piden documentos para cruzar a México. No.
Muy difícil. Ya cuando te ve. Bueno, depende, ¿no? Depende cómo te ve el oficial que está a este lado. Si ve.
What is he saying?
He's explaining why it's hard for someone to bring, because it won't be easy for you to bring someone with alert for the officers that are there. Normally they don't ask for any document, but they're watching who's coming.
Yeah, and maybe an older lady too.
Yeah, so if they see something suspicious, then they may stop you.
But could it, if they had you in the car in the trunk or
Si se
something?
la traen escondida en la cajuela,
Solamente se da, yo creo.
it can happen,
Wow.
but it will be
It
hard.
would be hard.
Porque de otra forma, pues,
Yeah, there will be other way.
Yeah.
Like maybe like that to put someone on the trunk, but if you bring someone sitting on the car, I mean, obviously, the most common thing it will be for that person to ask for help.
Yeah.
So unless you're covered or something, but that will cut the authorities' attention.
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
so, yeah.
Okay.
sí, porque te digo, es muy difícil porque, aparte, hay cámaras. Si tú pasas de allá para acá, todo está, la cámara te está.
Okay, there's
He's saying there's cameras on your way in from Mexico.
cameras on the
so-
bridge, so I mean on the port of entry, so they can be checking the cameras also. So
Yeah.
that's what they say, that it's not easy. It's not only that they don't ask you who you are, but there's officers looking at people, and there's cameras all the way recording all the time. So
Yeah.
Sí, porque si pidieron a las autoridades mexicanas, también puedes checar ahí al norte.
yeah, that will be one of the tools maybe for them to check the Mexican cameras on the port of entry. Su nombre?
Julio Delgado.
Julio Delgado. Muchas gracias.
So we've seen a ton of pharmacies since we came in. There's a big one here.
Yeah.
So you can get pretty much anything.
I mean, they still have controlled medicine or drugs, but like antibiotics or some other stuff that you can get without prescription in the States, you can get it here.
Okay.
It's easier.
Mm.
Because the concern has been that Nancy Guthrie doesn't have her medicine, but if she was here, I think it's like heart medicine. She could probably get it.
Probably.
They could probably get it. Okay,
Probably
let's
get
go. Let's go check it out.
Wow, Brian intended really good.
Hay controlado.
O sea, ocupas receta, pero hay diferentes tipos de recetas. Hay recetas que te dan.
What did he say?
He said that you can find some medicines here without prescription, that you require prescription there. Talking specifically about the heart medicine, it all depends what substance is. It may be controlled here, it may not. So maybe you get good chances of getting whatever medicine you need here easier than
With no prescription.
with no prescription.
Yeah,
But
Brian went all up to Mexico in the pharmacies and
it
stuff.
but also
Wow.
depends on the substance. There are some substances that yes, you need prescription, but also you can get a prescription from a local doctor, and then you come and you get it. So there's
Okay.
always a way to around for it.
Has he heard of the case?
No, he has not heard of it.
He hadn't recognized
Wow,
the photo.
yeah.
Okay.
No. Can you go?
Sí,
Well,
sí,
if
Yeah,
you wanna,
he's a media reporter.
yeah.
Yeah, reporter. Yeah, I'm Brian, by the way.
Okay,
Nice to
Brian.
meet you.
Yeah, nice to
You
meet
good, Mo? So, have you heard of the Nancy Guthrie case?
Yes, we have, because Tucson, Arizona is like really close to the border of Nogales, and the both communities are, we have families over there, and we're familiar with the case. Yes.
Has it been covered in the news here at all?
No, not much coverage, and but we are
Wow.
aware, and we have been following the news. The latest was that they think that maybe she was brought over to the Mexican side of the border, so that's where we are at.
Yeah, we were just talking to people, and no one seems to know about it here.
No, because we see the news from Tucson, and we know about the case, but if we, as media, try to get information from the officers, the local police, I mean, they send us to the PIO, and it's really a lot of trouble. So what we do is maybe we get the info from different outlets, news coverage, but we don't get official statements from local police, and even less from the FBI.
How easy would it be to bring someone in, like if you had kidnapped someone?
It's very simple. I mean, I don't know anything about kidnapping people in the United
Right.
States and bringing them over, but if the local authorities aren't on alert, searching for somebody, I mean, thousands of people come across the border walking and even on vehicles. It's not until they have the alert of somebody missing, they start looking at the camera footage, and they can see if the person came across on foot or on a vehicle. They can see it, but they don't look for it until they know of a
They
case.
request help. Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if they've started looking for this.
I wonder too.
Yeah.
But they won't tell anybody.
I'm kind of surprised it's not on the news more here.
I know, right? No, I don't know. Maybe it's because I told you that it's really hard for us to get official information from authorities.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Appreciate it. What's your name?
Omar.
Omar. So this is the checkpoint when you're going back to Tucson on the highway. So you drive into Mexico, you know, there's no checkpoints, but this is like the checkpoint once you get back into the US, where they pretty much stop everybody. Again, this doesn't happen on the way into Mexico. So it was super interesting going into Mexico there in Nogales. Again, I think what stood out to me the most is that you can just get in so easily without anyone really paying attention or noticing. I want to give a shout out to Daniel, also our News Nation photographer, who helped me do with the translating. He was awesome. And then Mo, of course, behind the camera. So they were awesome. In terms, again, just of sort of where things stand with the investigation in Mexico, the sheriff has said that there's no evidence right now that Nancy Guthrie is in Mexico. The FBI has only confirmed that they have had these conversations with authorities in Mexico. They've confirmed that to us. And now you've got the Mexican authorities who came out today and said, so far, we've not received any request in regard from a U.S. authority to actually investigate. They say they don't have any information that would lead them to believe that Nancy Guthrie is in Mexican territory. However, of course, if any requests were to come from U.S. authorities or from federal authorities, we would immediately intervene to assist in supporting the investigation being carried out or in exchanging any information that is necessary. So Mexican authorities are saying that they would agree to cooperate. But I think going back to what some of the people told me there, what's so interesting is just all the cameras. I mean, even though you can just drive into Mexico, no problem, there are a ton of cameras, it seems, are recording every vehicle and every person walking in. So they could probably go back and look at those cameras if they needed to.
I guess.
And, you know, if they got some information about a vehicle that Nancy Guthrie was in or something like that, I think that, you know, they could easily go back and look at the camera. So that could end up being very, very helpful. Okay, a couple of other things. So we did get a update from the Pima County Sheriff's Office again. Today is Thursday. There was nothing really significant in it, but I'm just going to go through everything that they said today. They said this remains an active investigation as long as...
I know Brian Enton's talking, but I have to say this. I am still on the hunch about, I think someone was already in the house, you guys. Let me know if you agree with that. Like, I think someone was already in the house, or one person, and they allowed the other one in. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I was just thinking of that.
As leads continue to come in, investigators will continue to follow up on them. Currently, several hundred personnel are assigned to this case from various law enforcement agencies and are actively reviewing thousands of tips. So when they say various law enforcement agencies, obviously FBI, Pima County Sheriff's Office. They say lab analysis continues on biological evidence found at Nancy Guthrie's residence. To be clear, this is not new or different evidence from what was already recovered from the property. No further information will be released at this time. So we knew that they found a stranger's DNA inside Nancy Guthrie's house. Remember, they tested it. It did not come back to Nancy Guthrie. It did not come back to any of Nancy Guthrie's friends or family. So to me, and I've been saying this all along, that...
Yeah, Evie says the back door was open, so I say yes. Yeah, my point.
That to me is one of the most important pieces of evidence here. The glove to me just never seemed like it was going to be that critical. I mean, it's found 2 miles away. There's black gloves all over the place. But this DNA in the house could be really important. And that's where the IgG, the investigative genetic genealogy, comes in. They can test that DNA to put it into databases, genealogy databases, and try to find family members of the suspect. But that could take time.
No, not like ambushed her, but I think someone, like, I think it was a group thing, right? Maybe there was 2 or 3 people, maybe the getaway driver, maybe 2 people breaking in. I think that's why, because I think that the back door was damaged, right? Or broken or whatever. And they went in through somebody went through the back door. And then there was blood at the front. So they went out through the front door. But when that guy walks up and he covers the camera, I don't think he was covering it initially. Maybe we'll watch that. I think he was knocking. I think he was going to knock on the door because you see him like make a fist. And then you see him like grab the whatever he dried flowers, whatever it was that he grabbed to cover it. So I think he was knocking to like let the other person know that he was there. Or no? Should had been done before the IGG. Well, I think the sheriff are hiding the evidence. Yeah.
It could take, and if you look back at one of my further or older episodes,
That makes
I get
sense.
into that in a lot of detail, but I'll link it below. But that could take time. It could take weeks. It could take months. But it's a new technology relatively in the law enforcement world, but it's been successful in cases like the Brian Koberger case in Idaho. So we know that that's ongoing. In terms of calls tips, they say the 911 communication center call numbers, including a previous year, they're giving us a comparison of all the tips that come in. So for February, they've received 31,608 calls in Pima County and 20 to the 911 center and 23,130 administrative calls. When you compare that to last year.
Because guys, also think about it. They were in there for 41 minutes. Like you're telling me that one kidnapper was in the house with Nancy for 41 minutes and they got no evidence? No, I think there was 2 people in there and they were talking and plotting or something. Or maybe they hurt Nancy and they didn't mean to, or maybe they did mean to.
It's way higher. I mean, they got 20,000 calls versus 31,000. So they're basically just saying, you know, they're getting a lot of tips. FBI has received more than 20,000 tips to date. And of course, if you know anything, by the way, call 1-800-CALL-FBI. The clothing, the only item that has been positively identified is the Ozark backpack. Investigators are working to determine where the other items may have been purchased. So we know that the Ozark backpack was purchased from Walmart. We know that the clothing the suspect is wearing is available at Walmart, the sheriff has said, but you can also get it at other retailers. So we know that behind the scenes, the FBI continues to work with Walmart to try to track who bought the backpack. And then they just said that there will be no press briefings today. There'll be no press briefings tomorrow unless something happens and through the weekend. So it does feel like things have slowed down a little bit today, at least publicly, but that doesn't mean that behind the scenes, there's not a lot going on.
Slow down.
I also today interviewed Border Patrol, the BORTAC unit. They helped with the initial search for Nancy Guthrie. They do a lot of searches here for missing people, and I just thought they would be interesting because they understand the terrain so well. So I wanted you to hear from the 2 gentlemen who I interviewed there. He searches?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is he also do like biting and stuff?
Nope.
Nope. So he's just a search dog?
Yep.
Yeah. So he's friendly then?
Yes,
Yeah,
very.
Okay.
He's
Hey,
like
man.
a lab trapped in a
Okay, I
shepherd's
didn't know.
body.
Sometimes you don't
No,
know.
it's always good to ask. That's
yeah.
always good practice. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. What a cute
Aw,
dog.
Wow.
I love Brian.
He's so well
Edgerton.
behaved. So he looks right at you. Like
Yeah.
he's just waiting for your
Yes,
command.
I love Brian. I think he's my favorite right now.
He's a softie.
Yeah. All right, cool.
All right, come on.
How long have you had him?
I've had him for 3 years.
Okay. Hey, buddy. Hey, bud.
Sit.
Hey, buddy.
Sit.
All right, cool. How does it work when you're called out with the dog? Sort of what's the protocol there?
Obviously, every situation's a little unique, a little different. Many times what we like, especially if it's in an urban environment.
I'm glad you asked, Agent Orange, because I've been wanting to do a live on this because I've been watching a few like the psychics. The ones I've been watching at least say that she's still in Tucson. Hey, Cree. I think Brian is a cutie. Salt, pepper. Evie, not us telling you.
Right, you've got people all over. There's scents all over the place. So
I think he's a cutie.
our first goal is to search any open ground that maybe hasn't been walked on by other people or searched yet. And if somebody is down or concealed or unable to incapacitate, unable to call out, the dog's fantastic for finding them. The other technique we use is we'll gain a scent article. It could be a pillowcase, it could be a shirt, something that the missing person has worn or slept on, and then we'll present that to the dog. The dog will sniff it, and then we'll give them a search command where they are, trying to find that unique scent.
So when you give him the command, he knows to look for the scent from that article of clothing?
That's correct.
Wow. And how long will he remember it for?
I don't know. It's a hard thing to.
Could it be, you guys, that maybe the perpetrators went there on more nights than that night? Like, maybe that wasn't their first time there. And that's what I'm thinking that the footage is from January. See, that should have been done that day, right? Yeah, Evie, you're right. She's an Annie's Wilson.
Say for sure.
But
oftentimes, like I'll carry a baggie and I'll put the scent article in my pocket.
Okay.
Or, so if I feel I need to represent the scent article, I will, and kind of refresh.
So if you're in a desert area, do you keep them on a leash, or how does it sort of work? Is it a grid you do, or how do you go from there?
So we have two main disciplines. The search and rescue aspect. So let's say we have a large search area, like a square mile. And we believe, through whatever the evidence is, that the person might be concealed or down somewhere within that mile. It's not efficient to work them on a leash. So the dog is trained off leash.
I'm with you. I'm convinced, like I am with the Sebastian Rogers case. I don't think Sebastian Rogers ever made it home. Oh, that thump, no camera footage, but they have the trash can. Like, there's no way Sebastian made it home that night. And I don't know if Nancy made it home that night. I believe the person went to plant the evidence. I think so too, Wilson. I said that. I said it last night too. I was in, whose chat was I in? I was in a big chat. I don't remember who it was last night. Because I was in a few, but I said last night, I think it was all like they planted that blood.
He'll kind of run back and forth in range. And when he hits, we call it a scent cone, or he alerts to the scent of someone that he can smell but can't see, he'll trace that odor all the way until he finds them. Once he finds them, he'll return to me and give me what we call an indication, which is a trained behavior. So his particular indication is he'll get right in front of me, he'll cut off my path, and he'll bark at me. And then once he's done that, I'll tell him to show me, and then he'll turn around and just follow that scent right back to the person and lead me to wherever that person is.
How far away can he smell a scent? Do you know? I mean, is it
personal experience? I've had canine smell one individual that was a half mile away.
Wow.
So their ability to sniff and scent is extremely high.
Come on. How do they do with the terrain out here? I mean, it's with all the cactuses and it's so like rugged, and there's snakes and all the rest.
Speaking of snakes, he's been bitten by a rattlesnake.
Has he really?
It was not a good experience. We had to rush him in. Luckily, he was okay. But after patrol or after a track, after a search, we have to go through their paws and their pads and everything with a fine-tooth comb, looking for spines and things stuck in the paws. We've had infections and things, get swollen, and so it is a constant maintenance with the dog to maintain their health.
What happened when he got bit by the rattlesnake?
We were searching for a group of individuals, and it was dark, and we entered what we call an odor pool. They'd stopped and rested, and their odor was kind of residual odor hanging in the air. And he's searching around, and I turned around, and he was limping. And I inspected him and saw the wound, and took him back to the truck and made my way to the emergency room.
Do they have to do like anti-venom, or is
they
it that kind of thing?
They did not. Dogs are way more resistant to the venom than people are. So it's case by case. So they just monitored him overnight, and luckily he didn't need any antivenom.
Wow.
After a week of rest and the swelling went down, he was able to go back to work.
I think a lot of people just assume you guys are looking for people trying to, get in the country illegally. But how often are you helping with searches like Nancy Guthrie?
I would say county requests us, Pima County, on average twice a month.
Oh, wow.
And then we have different departments like the BLM.
Twice a month. I think like hundreds and thousands of people go missing a day, right?
There's other counties and around the state that'll request our services. But we do regular patrol work as well, where we go out and locate people that don't want to be found. But the important thing about that is that's what makes us sharp for when it is people that need to be found that are in distress. We're at on our A game.
It's like good practice for him, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else you think is important? The way he does his thing, or? Hey, buddy.
Oh, I love that.
I mean, it's all important, but it's important that they enjoy the process.
Yeah.
They're working because they enjoy it. It's not like getting a paycheck. Their paycheck is the reward at the end. But these dogs are special because they do it for the love of the game. They like to find the people, and they're doing what they were genetically engineered to do.
Do they get excited when they find someone?
Oh, absolutely. Tail wags and barking, and they get very excited. And they also know they're going to get a reward in a play session.
Yeah. Is it a treat, or what is the reward?
It's funny. We use different things, but rubber hose, thick rubber hose. They like to
just want to
play with the hose, or with a jute toy, or different things that they like.
Does something else I thought of, just because it has rained a little bit in the last week. The first 2 weeks we were here, it like never rained, and then it started raining. Does that impact them at all with like tracing a scent?
It does. If it's fresh, like it is right now, the ground is hydrated. There's more moisture in the ground. There's more moisture in the plants. That creates a better environment for scent production factors. So the dog will be more successful in following odors when the grounds have been wet or recently wet.
So it's actually better that it's rained.
Absolutely.
Yeah, interesting.
And then, but it can be the opposite if you're tracking and then a heavy rain comes through. A little bit of rain will hydrate the odors. A lot of rain will wash them out. So there's kind of a fine line there.
Can he find people who passed away? Is that also what he does, or?
He actually goes to school. We go to school together in April to be a certified cadaver team for the human remains detection. The ones that we have found have been where we're tracking them, or where they've recently passed and their body composition really hasn't changed. Those he has located.
But he'll learn how to do like bones, I guess.
Yes, yes. Yeah. We do that this year in April.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you
appreciate
bet.
it very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, buddy. Wow, you're so friendly. Yeah. Tell me how you guys have helped with the Nancy Guthrie search.
So we received a request from the Pima County Sheriff's Department for the initial call. I believe it was on February 1st for a search. Specifically, they requested a couple of our canine teams, which we provided, and a small hasty search team as well.
How do you guys go about searching? And I saw the dog, but there's other ways too, I'm guessing.
Yeah, so typically what we like to use is utilize our resources and our best assets, which are our canines. So we typically have, one or two canine teams come out and help out. We look for foot sign. If we don't have canines available, then we're just relying on our own senses. So we're looking for foot sign or any kind of disturbance that stands out to us.
And when you say foot sign, footprints?
Footprints, yeah. Correct. Mm-hmm. Okay. Tracks, footprints. Yep.
How difficult is the terrain around here?
It's challenging depending on where we're working. It ranges from just thick brush desert to mountainous.
Can we give Brian his flowers? He's like going up into Mexico, talking to them. Playing with a dog.
So our guys are the Borstar guys are highly trained. They're trained to work in this type of environment, so it's nothing new to them.
How often do you search for missing people?
Pretty often. As far as response typical or similar to what we provided for the Nancy Guthrie case, it's pretty frequent. We have really good working relationships with our other agency partners, local, state, federal. I believe just this year alone, we've had about 8 requests to provide our search efforts.
Wow. Do you do helicopters too ever?
We do. Yeah, absolutely. We do. We have a air operations program. We fly almost on a daily basis with another federal partner agency, Air and Marine Operations. So we fly with them on a regular basis, as well as with some of the local and state. We fly with Arizona DPS Ranger, and then we also fly with Pinal County Sheriff's Office as well.
I really appreciate them for talking with me, and it was great to meet those two guys, and the work that they do with searching for people is pretty incredible, and the dog too. So that's pretty much the latest. Again, it's Thursday. I'll be back at it tomorrow. I'll keep you.
Wow. Where's Nancy? Yeah, good question. I want to read this TMZ article that it's talking about. TMZ has so many ads, of course, but then Harvey doesn't want to freaking pay the ransom. So Pimas County Sheriff says the reality TV show is not filming the Guthrie case. You guys know he has a reality TV show, right? On A&E, Pimas County. I'm disappointed. A&E filmed the first season of the show Desert Law, which follows deputies from the department. Nanos is not on there. Oh, okay. So Nanos is not on there. Desert Law. This is sad, seriously. The Nancy case? Yeah, it is. I agree. Let's listen to. Okay, so I just found a post on X. Let's look at it. It's kind of similar to what I was saying earlier. Hey, Rudy, about how some people think that there was more than one. I think the suspect on surveillance at Nancy's house when they went there 2 nights. Pay attention to the sky. Full moon the night she went missing. I hadn't thought of that. Hey, Carlos. Hey, Rudy. Let me see if I find anything, if I saved anything else on criminals know people have doorbell cams. In my opinion, the suspect wanted to be seen. He was hired to be seen. Why would he use plants instead of tape? Maybe he had tried before, but failed. She didn't tell her family. I never thought of that. At this point, anything is possible, right? Maybe she had. Was she suspicious? A sketch artist retired, I'm trying to sketch a picture. And this case is crazy. They said to have a glove with DNA. No, there was no match. They got no match from that DNA. Where are you from? Mellyverse? Maybe family for publicity? Yeah, hit the like right now before I spank you. I don't know, y'all. I don't know what to think about this. Sheriff Nanos told reporters he's not used to everyone holding him accountable for everything he says. Okay, let me pull up the next video we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch Megyn Kelly, and then we'll come back to the X posts. We love Megyn Kelly.
Reported this late Wednesday. 𝗏𝗏50 here.
I was able to confirm that they are using polygraphs when it comes to clearing people in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and that it's been going on for a while. I'd actually heard about it for a while, but I was able to finally report it today just based on the sources that I was talking to. And this is pretty common in other cases that I've covered. You know, polygraphs, essentially lie detector tests, are not admissible in court, but law enforcement, the FBI, will use them behind the scenes during the investigation just to clear people. And so that is happening in this case. And I'm told they have used polygraphs to clear people in the Nancy Guthrie case. So that's new.
Okay, but then Fox News' Matt Finn, about an hour and a half after that, reported, Sheriff Nanos tells me the polygraphs today are for new hires. And then Brian Enton responded an hour later saying the polygraphs I'm reporting about were not today. So it's pretty interesting because the sheriff, I don't know how Brian found out that polygraphs were being given. I didn't hear him say exactly who told.
So now there's polygraphs to who? The family? I thought they were already cleared. Who were they polygraphing? The mailman? Better not be the family. Because remember, they were cleared, not cleared, cleared, not cleared, cleared. Who's getting polygraph?
Told him in that report. But clearly the sheriff tried to tamp it down by saying those were for new hires. But Brian's information goes back to earlier. So it seems to me, you tell me, well, but it seems like he's trying to hide the fact that he started to polygraph people, which we were told earlier in this case is not a standard practice for the sheriff's office.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Megan. Thank you again for the invite on your show. The problem with polygraphs is they're not a precise science, despite what one may have heard or seen, certainly on TV and in the movies. Where it is precise is if, for example, I said, and yeah, I was doing a polygraph on you, Megan, and said, did you go to Starbucks this morning? You would come back with a typical yes or no. Now, that would be very easy to determine. If I said to you, because you'd had a bad morning, Megan, did you go and get a coffee at Starbucks and intend to rob the place? What it won't be able to pick up is intent. So it's a sort of base level. It's not the answer to everything. But the fact that they're using it in the background is kind of interesting in terms of determining certainly just some of the categoric facts of what they may want to identify in terms of people's movements or people's specific activities. And remember, it has to be, it's based on specificity. I'm trying to get my teeth in today.
That's a tough one. Specificity.
Yeah.
I hear that. I'm of two minds because I do find it very telling. Like whenever you listen to the Dateline and they give the polygraph, the murderer always fails it. Like you rarely hear that he passed it when he was actually the murderer. They usually fail. So I think it's probably hard to beat them, but I know they're unreliable to the point where they're not admissible in virtually all courts, Jonathan. So
I know we're in the middle of listening to Megan, but I needed to let you guys know on something else I heard today too about this case. They ain't finding sheet. I think so. What I'm concerned about is the sheriff's department has clearly dropped the bag. And once the FBI takes over completely, it may be too late. They dropped the bag with the crime scene, with the cameras, with the sending it off to a lab, with the interviews. At this point, I'm sorry, I'm losing hope. But anyways, I was thinking back to, it is alleged that Savannah, her husband, who's involved with the Clintons and the Epstein files, by the way, it is said that he was beating her at some point. That there was domestic violence. So her husband, who used to be the cleanup guy for the Clintons, is alleged to have quite a hand on him. Now, this isn't like verified information. I haven't seen police reports, but apparently there's been pictures on social media from her with like black eyes and shit. And I'm thinking maybe Nancy was getting to be more outspoken. Maybe Nancy wasn't down with that shit anymore. I don't know. These are all theories, all opinions. I'm not a reporter. I don't know the facts. This is for entertainment purposes only. That's something I was thinking of, though.
Well, what do you make of it? And I also do wonder, given how protective this sheriff suddenly is of the family, whether he would even bother giving one to a family member versus like a landscaper or a pool cleaner or a maid.
Well, I'll tell you, in this type of situation where polygraphs work very well is in statement analysis. So you got to remember that the polygrapher is a statement analysis expert. It's not just—
There is such thing as elderly abuse too, guys. That wouldn't be a law or whatever if it didn't happen. He jetted solo 2 weeks later. Yeah, remember I played the video in the airport. Savannah wasn't there. Maybe Annie wasn't treating her right, said Evie. I know that some familial shit can get really dark. And so I just thought of that. I'll show you guys a post where I got reminded about when she made the claim. Well, she makes claims. She said she got hit in the eye with a toy, but it looks like a black eye to me. I'll find it.
The machine. The machine really is a game that they use to test the response that a person has. And that's where you can actually see deception. You can't really see a lie. It's not like, it has some kind of special vision to look inside the body. But what it does is it maps certain things that they say, which you would be so surprised how people say things certain ways when they're lying or when they're guilty. So they pick up on that. The machine picks up on things like sweat or spikes in the heart rate, very little. It doesn't take much. And so in this type of situation where they're bringing people in to quickly see if they have done something or if they have an understanding or any knowledge of an incident or an action, then they may be able to get, in the totality of those things, they may be able to get some hits on it. Because if you do know how a polygraph works, it's easier to defeat it. But if you don't know how the whole game works, it's very difficult. And most people just don't know, especially when you're grabbing people very quickly in a situation like this. And
yeah, there's no way the landscaper knows how to beat the polygraph.
Right.
There's just no way.
And also, as far as like, would this sheriff, would he use the polygraphs now on family members? I mean, according to him, they're all cleared. Now, we know that at the beginning, I went back and listened to the whole.
We're getting deep with this case, right? And I hate to be the one to say this. I really do. But for most of the part, I think I'm pretty realistic. Is it possible that maybe we should think outside the box? Like I said before, was Nancy maybe becoming a nuisance? It's not like famous people before didn't commit crimes or kill their family member. I mean, we cover true crime all the time. We see mothers do it to their children, fathers do it to their whole entire family. We see it with domestic violence couples like Kenzie. Nancy was really political too. Maybe just Nancy knew too much. And just because someone is good on TV doesn't mean that they're good in real life. I mean, it's common sense, right?
Timeline. And he was saying that, that nobody is ruled out. That's in the beginning.
Yeah,
but
he said that on Sunday.
This is the same sheriff, though, that I was just reading through the timeline right here on February 2nd, which is a day and a half after Nancy went missing. He says that they were going to give the investigators, they had stopped the investigation or shut it down to give his team time to rest. And then the very next statement, he says, we believe now, after we proceeded we processed the crime scene, that we do, in fact, have a crime. This guy makes no sense. So he could be using.
I know. And that was his excuse for calling off the search and rescue.
Sure.
Yeah.
Which is so weird. He's like, we have a crime, so we're going to stop the search. Well, what do you mean?
It's bizarre.
I mean, don't we need a search either way?
Yeah.
Like, clearly we have a missing old lady. Why are we stopping the search? That never made any sense, Will.
Megan.
Savannah didn't take care of Annie. Annie did. So what? That doesn't mean that Savannah wasn't cool or not cool. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe Savannah was paying Annie because maybe Savannah didn't want it on her shoulders. Maybe Annie did take care of her. I'm just saying, I'm not putting Savannah on a pedestal, and I'm not a hater either, because I never supported her. I didn't even know who she was before this case. A lot of you have been watching the Today Show, but I had not. I don't watch like the news or shows like that. Oh, Asain says no. I'm saying maybe that's the motive for Annie. I don't want to point fingers at the family, but can we both say that there's motives for both? You guys, I'm not saying that disrespectfully. Like, I'm just saying anything is possible right now. So, like, no one's cleared. You know, Annie, I get weird vibes anyways, but, and then there's Savannah, the famous daughter who has a husband who's associated to Clinton, who lived in New York, and probably, you know, is there a life insurance policy that we know of? I don't know if anyone's looked into it. We know that Savannah doesn't need it, but Annie, I don't know. I don't trust anyone. And you know what? Is your family going to continue to support you and pay you all the time? Like, I don't know what the dynamic and the relationship is between Savannah and Annie. And Savannah's worth like 80 million. So I can only imagine.
It's defeating me in terms of some of the logic that we're seeing in the way that he's executing the management of this investigation. And I think the stress is already beginning to show and the cracks are beginning to show. You know, I was watching the show earlier.
How about all the crying?
Exactly.
Why is he crying all the time?
That is not going to instill any kind of confidence in the family or anyone else for that matter. And I would have no doubt, although I'll let Jonathan speak on behalf of the FBI.
And I'm really not being a hater. I'm not trying to victim blame. I'm really not. I'm just trying to be open-minded about what's possible and what we see in other true crime cases. Like, I don't have anything against Annie or Savannah. I'm just saying, like, realistically, and like what I can take from my own familial issues, like whether they're close or not, like sometimes it can get really nasty between family members.
It wouldn't give me any faith if I was in the investigative arm of the FBI committed to this particular case, in the integrity and the credibility of some of the actions that the sheriff is actually undertaking. But the fact that he opened, you know, over and beyond the points that Jonathan's just made, that the fact that he opened up the scene of the crime, the house, didn't maintain and hasn't maintained a cordon, and the fact that he's discounted immediate family members when there is no discernible or determinable reason or understanding as to why Nancy is not in her house and she has disappeared, and there are evidences and traces of blood that can be corresponding to her showing on her doorstep. The whole thing's just getting a bit bizarre.
I'm not a detective, but I have gleaned that you're British.
Yes.
And I imagine that you go by the stiff upper lip policy, which it means
always
no crying unless it's like a severe need, like an immediate family member has died and you're at the funeral and a prayer is being said. Like, you're a Southwestern sheriff in Tucson, Arizona, near the border. What are you doing crying all the time? I didn't realize it had been happening in like every other interview. And to me, it looks like he's intentionally calling up the tears, which I like. Why? Jonathan, same thing. Like, you're in law enforcement, like you had a lifetime in it. I just feel like it's a very, very limited window where cops can cry. And it's usually over a deceased child or like something incontrovertibly, incredibly sad that any human would not be able to stop themselves.
You know, but that's only on conclusion, Megan. I mean, that's on conclusion of the actual case. And it's the determination of a body, is the determination of the crime. And then that empathy can show through. But as the old saying goes over here with the stiff upper lip, is there's a time for tears. And now is not that time.
If you want,
Jonathan, I feel like you never cried on the job in this kind of scenario. I cannot see it.
Only because of the bad management. That I would sit and weep often because of that. But Megan, if you really want to see the reality of these tears from this sheriff, go look at the interview.
Do we know that Megan maybe didn't have anything? Like, what's up with the Epstein files? She did interview with the victims. I can't help but explore other options since Nancy can't be found, nor in Mexico or in Tucson.
John
the FBI
from Newsmax did with him, where he gets enraged because John asked him a simple question. And I don't remember what the question was, but it wasn't a pointing question. He just was trying to get some facts, and he just was enraged.
Was it John or Brian? He also had an explosion with Brian.
I saw that as well. So who is he talking to when he has these tears or these red eyes? He's talking to the liberal media. I mean, I hate to bring it up like that, but that's the absolute truth. And he is a Democrat.
No, but it does seem like it's an affectation, Jonathan, doesn't it? Does to me, it seems like he's forcing it. Like whenever he gets to like, oh, I really hope she's still alive. To me, I feel like he's calling up something that makes him sad. Maybe it's the death of his brother recently, and like forcing it to show us he's this like empathetic man. Like we've got a sheriff in command who's like feels our pain, and maybe he knows his jurisdiction well, and that's what these Democrats in Tucson want. But I can tell you, out here in the heartless media, it's definitely not what I want. I want a tough as balls cop who's in there like kicking ass and solving crime.
I think it goes beyond even an act. I think what I've seen from this type of personality and this liberal type of mentality is that when they're talking to people that they identify with, they present their emotions. When they talk to people that they don't identify with, the only emotion they present is anger. That seems to be the case in most of these situations. So, I listen. As long as the investigators that are on there doing the real work are working hard and diligently doing what they need to do, I think we'll get.
Don't even ask me what I think about nanos.
Closer to resolving this eventually, but I just have lost faith in law enforcement executives. I mean, I lost faith in that a long time ago.
Well, you're not it. Here's listen to this. Here's the former Pima County Chief Deputy Sheriff Richard Carmona, who has spoken out now on behalf of not just himself, but it sounds like some other law enforcement out there in Pima County in SOT 53.
Many of my colleagues.
Okay, so this is a different guy now. Remember, we have the guy that was the president of the union who was talking shit on nanos. And now we have this guy.
The law enforcement here had some concerns with the way the sheriff was managing this, and especially his communication or very poor communication to the public, making statements that were, well, quite frankly, just awful and incorrect, and taking actions that were incorrect as well. So a number of us decided we needed to say something about it because we did not want it to reflect on our community and the sheriff's department, which has been an extraordinary law enforcement agency that I worked with for 3 decades and had a national reputation. But this aberrancy hopefully will go away, and we'll get back to doing what we're
Someone tell nanos I'll take his place.
Supposed to do. But I speak for most law enforcement in Southern Arizona, that we are very unhappy with the way this sheriff has conducted himself during this very important investigation. In asking what my colleagues feel, all of us have been very embarrassed with the way law enforcement has been represented here.
Embarrassed.
Let me tell you something, Will.
Yeah.
I think I know why the sheriff's doing one-on-one interviews with the media now instead of a presser.
Everyone take a deep breath.
No FBI.
Ah.
You don't have to worry about the FBI.
Everyone take a deep breath because nanos is pissed AF tonight. He's like, I'm blocking everyone. I'm firing everyone. I'm retaliating against everyone.
It's just the Sheriff Nanos show.
It is the sheriff show. That is absolutely so obvious. I mean, and the thing is it also is showing that he doesn't have the experience to be able to manage a case like this. I've managed some incidents which have been significant and undeterminable in the first instance, and it takes some time to actually pick it to pieces to determine and find out and establish what's actually happening or what has happened. And these are marathons. They're exhausting. You work on and operate on little sleep. And he fits the profile, the type of individual that, comes in.
New sheriff in town. Her name is Sheriff Melly, Lieutenant Melly. Wim Hof. Yes, Wim Hof. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everyone take a deep breath. Hit the bong. Let's move on.
Very robust in the first instances, but cracks after a very short period of time. They have little puff inside them, and they are spanked within a very, very short period of time. This is endurance, and it's also something that we were talking about last week, Megan, which was you keep this information close, and you're very cautious about what information you release, because inevitably, and particularly in these times of social media influencers, anything you say is going to be interpreted. It's going to be scientifically torn apart and forensically torn apart by analysts like ourselves, like Jonathan and me and your other panel members, and we're going to interpret it based on our own experiences. And to me, he's just showing that he is not strong enough. If he lost his brother recently, family. That's awfully sad, but he should be taking compassionate leave and move this entirely over to the FBI, second his team to them. They can crack on, do the actual work, and ensure that the messaging is accurate, but also limited. That's very important.
And consistent, not like no one's been ruled out. Oh, all the family's been ruled out.
Yeah.
Wait, no, they haven't been ruled out. I did pull the language. They have not been identified as suspects, which is not the same as ruled out. Like all over the board, the rest of us all have whiplash in trying to keep up. Now that I'm updating the record, I want to update 2 other things I said in the show. It's not the men's hockey team that has the final today at 1:15.
Yeah, whiplash from this case. Melly at press conferences, yeah, wouldn't you like to know? I would be like, sir, I already responded to that, okay? At this time. You can request it, but the sheriff is unwilling to turn the case over. Oh, reelected. No one vote for nanos in Arizona, please. If you're watching from Arizona or whatever county this is, I don't know. Wherever Nancy's from. I just don't know what kind of bull they're putting out in the public. Listen.
It's the women's American hockey team against the evil top hat neighbors, Canada. And then the men's are still on the going into the semifinal. And if they make it, then they'll play on Sunday, I think my team told me. And one other correction, courtesy of my husband, Doug Rupp, Romancing the Stone was Michael Douglas, not Harrison Ford. Okay, that's good. I got all my movie trivia straightened out.
Film.
Now back to the case. I want to talk about the possibility of a second suspect. I have a couple of things to show you here. We've talked before about the one image released by 𝗏𝗏𝗄𝗏 Patel where the perpetrator on Nancy's doorstep isn't wearing his backpack or his little reflector.
Oh my God, I just said this. I said there was one person already inside and then the other one appeared. This wasn't done by one person.
I don't know if they're reflective bands or flashlights. I've never figured that out on the backpack, but he definitely had that mouth light. None of that is on him. And his face mask looks like it's on backwards. You can't see eyes or a mouth in the one shot of the guy. People are comparing that shot and its background where they're looking at the sky to what we know is the actual abductor on the night in question, who does have all the gear.
Yeah, that's a good picture. Who knows? Is it the angle, whatever it is? But look, it does look like a different night. And it does. Where's the timestamps? We've already said this. Who's hiding them? Google, Nest, Ring, whatever the hell she had. Or is it the police? Where's the timestamps? 2 different nights, 2 different outfits. That's why we were like, they don't look like the same person. Nancy Guthrie was being stalked for like days, which would make sense that they would be casing the place, right?
On and has the lights on his face. And the night that Nancy was taken, it was apparently a full moon. It was brighter out in the sky than it normally is. They don't allow really a lot of lights on in Tucson.
Whoa.
And you can see that in this side by side, that where we see the, for sure, abductor, the guy who messed with the doorbell, the sky's a little lighter. And then on the right, you see the guy without all the stuff on him. And the sky is definitely darker. And every time we've taken a close look at these photos, we see the difference. The sky is lighter with backpack man and it's darker with non-backpack man. And that has led to some people saying, maybe this was a dry run by the same guy, or maybe this was a different guy. Maybe this was an entirely different guy. And here's the second piece on, I don't think it's a different guy because the outfit looks the same to me, but okay, let's just keep an open mind. Here's the second piece of that. This is, again, thanks to somebody online.
Tripping on that. If you've been here from day one, I was like, that's not the same person.
Took a look at whether the suspect, getting the vegetation and messing with the Ring doorbell, and asked the question: is it possible he's actually about to knock? That he was about to knock on that door.
Oh my gosh, I said that earlier. I hadn't even watched this. Megyn Kelly, kiss me. I don't like females, but.
Or with the theory that somebody might have been inside, like an accomplice might have been inside the property. Let's look at that VO. It's V52.
Respectful.
And I know what they mean. You see the guy with the backpack walking up. It looks like he's about to knock right there. And then instead he sort of turns and he gets, it does look like he's knocking on the ring cam there.
But maybe he was going to knock like, hey, let me in, I'm here.
But what do you guys think about the possibility that A, there were two of them, or B, that those two photos were not even taken on the same night, and that the one photo of the darker background is this same perp doing recon in advance of the big night.
I think when we look at that video, it depends on where that camera is located, because if it's right above where the doorknob is, it almost looks like he's reaching to see if the door is unlocked as he covers the camera.
That's actually kind of what I was originally thinking. Like, was he reaching to see if it was unlocked? Maybe the person inside was supposed to unlock it, and maybe Nancy fought back. And so maybe the person inside didn't make it to the door when the other one was knocking. And so then he has to cover it up and do his thing. I'm wondering too, where's the damn timestamps? They're hiding them. They're keeping them. Because how could they retrieve the footage but no timestamps? Google, we need a Google rep, not Nanos. Nanos, please shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear from you anymore. We want to hear from the Google. Google, sorry, you can't even be trusted. Therefore, YouTube can't be trusted either, because Google owns YouTube. Google is involved in the Epstein files. Savannah is involved in the Epstein files, but Google is also in the Epstein files, the CEO. So then you connect all the dots. So somebody has the timestamps, or no? I don't know.
That's what that almost appears. You can see the doorknob right there. So he's reaching for either the doorknob or that might be
my camera,
something that has to do with the screen or a glass door or something. But you can see the knob right there. I don't think that he was what were you saying where he was getting ready to knock. I don't see a knock movement. I see a cover up of the camera at that point. And as far as those two pictures go, right, I see the same exact individual. I just don't see the light reflecting as brightly. There could have been something in the way of the camera.
Mine have timestamps though.
At that point in time, it looks like it's darker. I think if you enhance this in any way, you'd probably see that there's eye holes. I mean, you can kind of see them in that same jacket, same reflective strip that goes across, just not reflecting. So it depends on when they caught this. But I would say from stature.
Hi, my beautiful Floor. Good to see you. Good to see you, my girl.
And clothing.
Miss you.
The colors of the mask and the gloves. It looks like the same exact individual.
What do you think, Will?
Well, my gut is leaning on your second question, Megan, because I agree entirely with Jonathan and his perspective on that. My position on whether there was more than one person there on the night would be leaning more towards it being a single individual. And the reason for that is based off one of the sheriff's spurious briefings and interviews that he gave. When the question was asked, and I spoke with a panel during one of the breaks last night about this, he was asked about the retrieval of the cameras and the recovery of, obviously, the imagery from Google, from the Nest camera. And what the journalist sadly missed the opportunity of is that the sheriff mentioned cameras in the plural. And the journalist didn't sadly press him to ask him how many extra cameras there were. And my hopes would be that if Cash released one photograph, if these other cameras were there, unless they had failed, and there's no reason.
Chastity says, I think that somebody was waiting when she was dropped off. That's what I'm saying. Someone was already in there. And somebody was waiting outside. I don't know what I'm thinking. No, I thought that from the beginning. I was like, yo, that's why he comes from the side. He doesn't come from the middle of the road when he's walking up to the camera. He comes from the side. So they were definitely already there. At least in my opinion. I don't know. I'm not the police, but you know what I mean.
Why the sheriff couldn't say, those cameras weren't operational and they'd failed for one reason or another. Why there wouldn't have been footage captured from those of a second individual who might have been coming into the rear of the property. So at the moment, until some evidence is proven otherwise, I think we're only looking at one individual. But that's on the night of Nancy's disappearance. This advanced reconnaissance, that's not untypical. Even burglars might come and do what we call a soft probe, and that is just to test the house to see what security there might be, what levels of resistance they're going to have. The one thing we know with burglars, they're always looking for that path of least resistance. So they want it to be easy, and that's why I've discounted the fact that this is potentially a burglary. I think there is more to it, and obviously the fact that Nancy's disappeared. What that actually is, again, we have yet to find out.
Yeah, we don't know. All right, updating the report.
They don't have a video of Nancy walking up to the garage because she didn't. Where is that video? Oh, so they only have the perp walking up. No video of anyone arriving. No footage from anyone in the neighborhood. It's surveillance. You're telling me they live in a neighborhood where there's $1 million houses. No cameras? You're that rich? You think you're too good for cameras or what? I think that footage from her arriving allegedly is non-existent. I think the perps are getting away with it.
On the Google searches yesterday, Google pushed back on the Fox Digital report somewhat. And they say Google Trends does not show actual volume of queries. Just to update the audience, yesterday on this show, we broke the news that Fox had broken on its digital property, that they had found, Google Trends had found somebody had searched for Nancy Guthrie's address on Google on certain dates preceding the kidnapping, abduction, and had searched for Google images of her show. And then someone, it may not have been the same someone, searched for Savannah Guthrie's salary. And now Google, after later in the afternoon, they pushed back with Fox News Digital saying, we do not show actual volume of queries. So the suggestion that an individual person did a given search is not something you can claim, at least not based on our Google Trends tool. Very important, they say. For queries with very low or even no search volume at all, Google Trends charts will show statistical noise as a privacy protection measure. Because of this, Google Trends charts are not definitive evidence of a specific search having occurred. It sounds like they're trying to say they'll only register it if a few people searched for it. And if it's just like one person, you would see it as noise on their trend line. But something showed up that Fox Digital found it, and they were clearly pointed to it. They say Fox News has learned, and I don't know who pointed them to it. So I'm not sure if it's as solid as they led us to believe it was yesterday. Fox has changed its report to an internet user may have searched for Nancy Guthrie's home address in the weeks prior to her abduction, and there may have been activity for her address in the Catalina Foothills before she was abducted, which may have been seen again on January 11th.
So someone was literally searching for her, looking up her shit.
And then they say her salary, Savannah's salary, may have been searched from Tucson sometime just before the abduction. So it's a little softer today. We gotta say goodbye to our SiriusXM. Well, we gotta sign off for this hour because I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to have to take an ad. But we're going to come right back. So I'm going to get you guys to weigh in on this right after the break. And then I'm going to show you a segment from the Today Show in full that I want your reaction to. Stand by. All right, guys. So what do you make on Google Trends pushing back on the Fox Digital reporting and saying you can't really know what you purported to know?
I think they did like some reports, Cree. The FBI and Google should be able to find the IP address that matched that. Savannah was worth like $100 million. Thank you. I've been screaming this from the rooftops. Why is the woman who's worth $100 million not paying the freaking Bitcoin? What would she be? Who?
And if it were just like one person doing a search, it wouldn't register at all. Will, thoughts?
Okay. Would you like my cynical side, Megan? My cynical answer. My cynical
Love the
answer.
cynical side.
Well, my cynical side to this is Google is
someone with that much money, and if they with their mother wouldn't even care. You know what I mean? 1 mil, 100 mil, and you're constantly making money. Or putting her mom in a gated community, or paying her subscription. Whether Nancy wanted what she wanted or not, as an 84-year-old woman and as her daughter, you could have done probably more. I'm not victim blaming. I don't have anything of vendetta or anything against Savannah. Like I said earlier, I didn't even know who she was. Like, fuck the Today Show. I don't watch that shit. But respectfully, I know she's very like popular and stuff. And like I said, she was involved with Epstein and interviewing the people, the victims. So I know she is someone important on TV, but
an incredibly capable organization that works primarily and entirely on data, and that's data collection and data transferal and distribution. So in terms of things like trends, my cynical side would be that they allegedly would have the capability to capture the IP addresses of any kind of search in any particular kind of area. And we saw, certainly by some of the Snowden releases, certainly in terms of PRISM and that operation, which was capturing lots of people's private data without their knowledge, that allegedly they may have the capability to be able to do so. So I think Fox clawing back on their statement, yes, perfectly understandable. And unless we knew exactly what the back end is to the trend system, it's very difficult to say either way whether they could or they couldn't. But I think the issue for Google would be there is a certain amount that they need to keep behind the curtain. If I was a big data company like them, certainly I wouldn't necessarily be revealing all the things that I could potentially do.
I totally like that answer. And the reason I like it, Jonathan, is I worked at Fox for many years, and I feel pretty confident that they have.
Who is he, though, Evie? Evie says, I've been, this is weird, no candlelight vigil, none of our church friends coming out. No, wait, I saw something. No, Alicia. And then I saw someone said, Evie, Cree says, I never watched the Today Show. Me either, really. We're in the same boat. Don't think ransoms are real. If they wanted the money that bad, they could have probably got it. Oh, Evie says, I've been watching I've been a watcher for years of the Today Show with Matt. Who's Matt Lauder? Because I've been hearing some stuff about him throughout this case. It was an old anchor. Is he like in any involved in any drama? Now, do you know if Nancy was involved with charity work? I know Nancy was very political. She was involved with like political Facebook groups, controversial stuff.
No contacts at Google whatsoever. Google is a left-wing, woke, Silicon Valley type company. That is not Fox territory. However, Fox does have very good connections with law enforcement at the federal and local level, including
not Megan giving us all the tea.
The FBI.
We already knew Fox and CNN are shady as fuck.
Which sounds exactly like the kind of organization that might have figured this out and knows that it happened and possibly leaked it to a friend at Fox Digital. And then Google would have possibly freaked out and said, no, we don't do that, right? Like, and the Fox softened it. But my feeling is
he was kicked off for sexual harassment. Okay. So did he ever sexual harass Savannah? Was there anything going on there? Was she maybe going to expose him and he maybe set up for her mom to be kidnapped? I'm just a crazy girl. Don't listen to me. You can 5150 me right now if you want. You can make your own opinion. This is all public information, YouTube policies, la, 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 la. Don't listen to me. But I'm just saying.
Fox probably got this from law enforcement, probably the FBI, and therefore I continue to believe it.
I would say that they probably got it from the NYPD. If they got it from, NYPD has an incredible intelligence unit, but they also have a terrible habit of leaking things to their buddies in media. And so I
like that
could be where that came from, But when we look at, again, Megan, I always come up.
He was pre-Savannah. Oh, good. So he had even more established roots there than Savannah. He was above her.
Here to say the totality of the circumstances when I look at all the things that we do have that make sense, and then I'll look at this one Google thing that they have, whatever you want to call that. I wouldn't call it evidence, but people look up other people that they see on TV all the time, and then they look up how much they make. They find out they live in Arizona. Maybe they live in Arizona, and they look that up. I don't put much stock in that. I wouldn't discount it. I mean, if I could dig something up and find an IP address, I would do that. I mean, crazier things have led to solving a case. So I wanted to say one thing. I don't know.
Especially if it was the same person. Yeah. If it was the same person who looked up Savannah's salary right around when they looked up Nancy's home.
Well, there's one thing that we talked about, or you played on the other show, that I would still think that law enforcement needs to look into some of this stuff, was the excerpt from the book where she talks about the kidnapping game that
he got fired before her. That doesn't mean they didn't know each other. Unless they didn't want her around anymore. That's what I was thinking. Because she allegedly, Savannah's not going back to the Today Show after this, allegedly.
Had with her cousin. And I did you can look on X.
That segment went everywhere, by the way, everywhere. You would not believe the number of people who have contacted me over that.
Everybody I listened to that, their face looks exactly like mine did when I was listening to it. I was shocked. And so I've been talking about this, about the distance they could have traveled before the sun came up, if they were there until close to 3 o'clock in the morning. And twilight is about 5:40. So I did a post on X where I show a circle that encompasses anywhere you could go within basically 2 hours, because I believe that is where they would at least have either dropped her body if they had it, or they would have stopped and waited until they could move her comfortably. And as the sun comes up, it's a terrible time to be moving somebody. And that's about 2 hours. And what's interesting is, inside of that space, when I was re-listening to that last night, that segment, she talks about how her cousin would put them in the car, and then they would go and stop somewhere between Tucson and Phoenix and call the mom. And when I heard that, listening back to that, that's within that circle, heading towards Phoenix. And, I mean, stranger things have happened where if either somebody heard this, or there could be some family member who has some kind of weirdness about fixation on them and they don't like them, and they basically did the same thing. I would start looking between Tucson and Phoenix. These are the types of clues that you could go on. If you're going to look at one search on Google, then you should be looking at this type of stuff as well. That is so coincidental that it's creepy. And so
it is. So
this is where social media influencers do a fantastic job, by the way, where media, or where cops say, social media influencers say, I'm going to look at that.
We got it. I don't have it in front of me. Well, we named the woman who found it, who we got it from when we first did it. And it was a social media person. It's like the same person that all these inside editions.
I think Nancy, Abby, you said Nancy can't be far. I think she's close. I think she's close to her home. But I'm crazy, so. Because if she was close, you would think they'd find her.
And this local representative are saying, get out and stop covering this case. No, it's a no. Go ahead, Will.
No, I mean, I again, in addition to what Jonathan was saying, the two things I'm really interested in is the retrieval of any footage in the neighborhood by neighboring residences of the patterns of behavior, any particularly unusual vehicles that can't be attributed to any of those residences, or to a particular business, or to a specific individual that could be discounted. It's that pattern of life happening in the neighborhood, which I think in the preceding weeks, which is really key, because anybody who's going to be carrying out a malicious attack, a murder, assassination, a kidnapping, they're going to plan their operation remotely. They will retrieve as much information through open source, going onto Google Earth, looking at various things, seeing if the fabric, the landscape has changed right up until the very last minute.
And I'll be a dick for a minute, and you guys should be supporting me, because I am covering the Epstein files, and fuck everyone that's not and comes on here and talks about, oh my God, I cover all the true crime cases, but I won't cover the biggest one, affecting the people of the United States of America. Thank you, Tech Girl. I think the major coverage of Nancy Guthrie is to distract from the fact that the media is not covering the Epstein files. I am covering them, and they're trying to censor me. They need to forget about everything they think they know about and start over. It's too late, Stormy. You can't start over now. I think she's 50-mile range. I think she's close. And shame on everyone. You should be supporting people who are covering the Epstein files. No one wants children raped and eaten. And who wants a president that rapes young girls?
for when they actually carry out their operation. And the second thing
Don't
is
come for me, because if I was president, weed for everyone, drinks for everyone.
the cellular data and the
Peace
cellular
for
data from
everyone.
the local towers. It'll be mapping again and some of the
I'm such an
IMEIs
asshole. Sorry,
to
guys.
various residents and determining what
Some of the what?
foreign ones, the IMEIs to the residents. So the particular handsets to
What's an IMEI?
IMEI. So that's the identifying number to each handset. So your cell phone will have a totally different one to Jonathan's as it will to mine. But what it will do is it's your own personal signature to your device.
We should be hearing about the Epstein files just as much as we're hearing about Nancy. I wake up and it's like, Nancy, Nancy, Nancy. Where are you? Nancy. Nancy here, Nancy there. Like every channel, everything. Did the Today Show cover the Epstein files? I'm just curious.
And it will be very easy and very simple to actually go through that data very, very quickly to determine, okay, this IMEI is the immediate neighbor to the left of Nancy. This IMEI is the neighbor to the immediate right, opposite, so on and so forth. And what other IMEIs, and they can be whitelisted, and then you can narrow it down to any new IMEIs that have come in. You can then attribute those to DoorDash guys, to delivery guys, to UPS, to all those until you start narrowing the field to, is there one that keeps showing up? And it should be done over a period of time.
So Will, I mean, here we are going on, we're 2.5 going on 3 weeks since she was taken.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they have that data already? Should we be concluding now the guy did not have a phone on him?
I don't think he'd be professional enough to go on this operation. Well, I mean, the way he was carrying his firearm, I would say is indicative of his level of professionalism. Yes, he had a ski mask, but hey, who doesn't these days? I think they may very well have that data. But we did see, Megan, you showed that footage, was it yesterday or the end of last week, where there was someone up a ladder on a neighboring house retrieving.
I find that whole ski mask thing too, like, okay, maybe it's hot in Arizona. I don't know what the weather's like there. I've never lived there. I've never been there. But my ex used to have a ski mask, and we don't live like in the super cold, but he would have one anyways when it was cold. I don't think she's doing too well. Her medication and stuff has been gone. Yeah.
One of the cameras which was there. So that would tell me that they haven't gathered all that data yet, but I would hope that the network's working with them, certainly on the cellular data, and would be providing that pretty quickly and expediently. They may be sitting on it whilst they're joining this jigsaw puzzle of evidence or intelligence together.
I would be, if I was, and they probably are. That's one of the first things the Bureau does in most investigations. So I'm pretty sure that they've pulled that information. But I would be going back and pulling that all the way back, month or months before, and looking at that period of time. I mean, I didn't even know until this show that there was this other picture that you guys showed. I didn't see any report of that for whatever reason. And so that shows you that, and also the Bryan Kohberger case, they went back and looked at how many times that phone had pinged around where he did that killing prior to that. So they have to go and look at that period in time, a month or as long as they can, and see if there's anybody pinging, because he may not have had his phone on that time, but the other time he might have. And I think that's very important.
And, we also have to say it is possible they're doing that, as in Kohberger, when they did look like Keystone cops, and we were all like, oh my God, how can they not have caught anybody? Crime that happened mid-November and they made the arrest Christmas week. That's longer than we are right now. It's about 6 weeks later he got arrested, and here we are 2.5 weeks. And so they could be doing in this case what they did in.
He says, I don't own a ski mask. I guess what I was saying is, I don't think, for me, it's not that unusual. I guess for Arizonians, maybe it is. What if they like to go snowboarding or something, or I don't know, visit places that are cold? Is it that weird? I guess.
Kohberger, which is maybe they do have a cell phone that they suspect.
Yeah.
And they're running the numbers to see how many times that cell phone has come by Nancy's and who it might be associated with. And maybe they are waiting on genetic genealogy on DNA that was found inside that. Like, that's how they got Kohberger, But in that case, and when we don't know in this case if they have it, in that case, they knew they had something belonging to the murderer in hand, that knife sheath. In Nancy's case, we just don't know. They haven't said that. All they've said is that there's DNA inside the house that doesn't match Nancy, and doesn't match somebody they would have expected to find it from, like a maid, etc., or Nancy's relatives. So it's
Does that mean
it's the abductor? No.
Yeah, do you remember one of the things that we mentioned last week, Megan, which was about the 70% rule? And this applies obviously in kidnappings. And 70% of kidnappings, if this is indeed a kidnapping, there will be someone close to the target, to the hostage, that will have some connectivity. And that happens in the vast majority of cases. And having worked a number of these cases over the last 30 years, I've found that always to prove out. So again, they may be holding back on giving information, and to a certain extent, let's hope so. And it's not the sheriff just being incompetent and spilling his guts every 5 minutes on contradictory statements. So let's hope that the Bureau are holding on to some of that data. They may not necessarily be sharing it with the sheriff, I don't know, but if I was them, I wouldn't be until I've got a few more pieces in the puzzle figured out.
And I also think
they reportedly want this case, and they can't get it because it's up to the sheriff to give it. Go ahead, John.
I also think that they should look at
the sheriff. Nanos needs to give it at this point. If he hasn't, that's pathetic.
So when these other pictures and any videos they find, as they go back and they say, okay, this is the first time we see this individual, or the first time we see this phone ping at this period of time, I would be looking at who was working in that area at that time. Was anybody newly hired? She has a new roof. We talked about, is that when that occurred? Because that's how you can kind of start to see a timeline on when somebody started to key in on this house. And that's why I'm just not really focused. Your previous guest you had on before us said a comment, and I love it. Kidnappers don't want to take babies and old people because they're really hard to deal with. Babies, I think they could do that and get away with it if it was a very rich family. I've worked a case where usually it's parental kidnapping, where they kidnap their own kid. But with an elderly person who's injured, I just can't.
Thank you, Tech. That means a lot. I'm a new member, but I totally support your channel because you give adequate coverage to these cases. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I'm working on covering more like missing people's cases too.
I can't wrap my head around somebody injuring the person that is 84 years old in bad health that they're going to try to get money out of. I would see them tying her up and carrying her out before I would see them injuring her. And that's why I keep going back to this burglary gone wrong. And if we see that this individual was casing the neighborhood, that leads, I think, more credibility to that. And in which case, again, I would have expected him, because the way that Will was just talking about, kind of the stupidity that he showed and the arrogance and the comfortableness, those people, when they get into a situation that they're not familiar with, which is like, oops, I just shot this person or I just hurt them inside the house, they will sit there and panic potentially for 40 minutes or more before they figure out a way to move her. And if that's the case, then I just think she's going to be within probably a 2-hour window somewhere in that area. And so this is one thing I do want to point out. It's a little off topic, but if anybody saw anything on that day, which I believe was the morning of February 1st.
The 1st.
If they saw anything within 2 hours of that home that looked like somebody was burying something or they were moving suspiciously within 2 hours of Tucson, they should report that, because if law enforcement could go there and find DNA of Nancy and DNA of anybody else, then I mean, it's right there. And I think that there's a possibility that somebody saw something 2 hours away and never even thought about it. And if I was wrong, that's the messages that this sheriff should be putting out, is that people should be looking that far out.
All right. Last but not least, I wanted to touch on this. We've shown now a piece of the Today Show segment featuring Nancy when Savannah went back home to Tucson it was like a homecoming series that they did for all of their anchors. And my executive news producer, Canadian Debbie, we call her, she's been saying since the beginning, you've got to show the whole thing, like show more, because it's a very telling piece of tape that they ran. We've shown the only part that shows Nancy, but I'm going to show you guys what they put on the air involving Savannah leading up to that moment when we included that moment in it. So just look at this. This is
I'm really excited
shortly
about this.
before
When people
she was
ask me,
kidnapped.
where are you from? I'm always proud when I say Tucson, Arizona. I grew up there, went to college there. My mom still lives there. And honestly, a part of me has really never left. I can't believe it. I'm back. This is my alma mater, the University of Arizona. It's just as beautiful and sunny as it ever was. But I want to meet some real
Wow, I had not watched this.
students of today.
We're all reading magazines with Savannah on the cover.
I know just where to go.
Not
I'm
believing
here,
your
but
eyes.
where is everybody?
It's her.
Welcome back home, Savannah.
There's a marching band suddenly.
We'll talk about her not keeping her personal life private. Am I gonna get freaking
Dancing sorority member.
copyrighted for that?
Oldest family-owned Mexican restaurant in America, and the perfect place to catch up with mine, my mom Nancy and sister Annie.
I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here? 103 years. Cheers. Cheers. I love you. Know. Don't drink the whole thing. Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you'd been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
And so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and
Yes.
seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly Pear margarita. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert.
So when you watch that,
Whoa.
you see that play out, Jonathan.
Yeah, someone said in the chat, so Savannah's Queen of Arizona. More motive, right?
What jumps out at you? What do you think?
Well, first of all, that was in 2019. Is that correct? Because that
No, that aired November 5th.
November 5th.
November 5th.
Okay. So for some reason, again,
Nancy was taken February 1st.
okay. So the date in which that was kind of is kind of telling, because that is recent, not far away. I think there must have been some.
The more I see, the more I think there's no hope.
When I looked that up, I saw a date of.
Oh, they're always doing
right.
that.
So
they're always doing stuff.
So
like
that's, I mean, that would lead more to the possibility that somebody latched onto that and that somebody may have seen that and then and searched her. I would like to know when that search was, or that they said it was right before she disappeared. I guess what I'm saying is these timelines and when these things occurred.
Well, listen, wait, let me just tell you. The Google Trends thing and the Fox News report said that Savannah Guthrie's salary may have been searched. Now they changed it to may have been from Tucson between December 13th and December 20th. So it would have been a month after that.
So, you know, I don't know. I look at these different things that occurred and it's hard to put them together, but it's always possible that somebody clicked and they saw that and then they started planning from that point forward. So that could be why it took a while for them to get to that point. But I tell you, one thing I did notice is how her sister, again, I don't want to bring any things up.
This is tripping me out because remember, yes, Green Eyed brought it up. Melly, didn't they find a piece of blue clothing? So allegedly there was Nancy's shirt that they left because of the canine smelling and all of that. But I think they just left it there. I don't know. It's a questionable thing.
Anything up, and I know the sheriff doesn't like this, but her sister just kind of seems like the sidebar of the conversation. And again, when you have one sister who's famous, one brother who's a fighter pilot, and then you have a sister who is a poet who's married to a guy in a band, it's just, I don't know. When I look at all these different,
and they're doing the labor's work on,
and they're
mom,
the ones who live
on
the
taking care of
closest to the mom, and maybe the ones that aren't the closest, even though they live in proximity. I don't know. I wouldn't rule them out, and those are things that pop out to me quite a bit.
And by the way, so that there's the one search for Savannah Guthrie's salary dating between December 13th and 20th. Then they say between November 30th and December 1st, a Google image search for Nancy's address. So it's not long after that segment. It's not the day of the segment, but the segment then went up on the Today Show's website and has lived there ever since. And what jumps out at you, Will, watching that?
Well, I think the dates are very important. If Google came back and said that the search was actually foundationed or initiated out of Tucson, that would tell me that Google has a great deal more information about the IP address.
We said that earlier. We're like, Google knows more, dude. Google's playing us right in our face. And they're listening to us too. Wow. Yeah, I think somebody has more information. Google.
Than it does anything else, which
and
says
it does say, may have been searched from Tucson.
May.
Savannah Guthrie salary between December 13th and 20th.
Oh, and by the way, we also record these cameras that you don't know. You know, there's a lot that Google's doing. I think it's being very clear here that we're able to see.
Yeah, through its Nest camera. That's exactly right. The guy in Ring, we played this yesterday. He was like, our cameras don't do that. If you don't pay for this subscription plan, we don't record. There's no extra tape lingering anywhere. But Nest, thankfully for us in this case, but to the surprise of many Nest camera owners, is recording even when you don't think it is. Keep
now
going,
that's an interesting aspect, isn't it, Megan? That they will actually be recording when you believe it's passive or it's not actually operating. So again, having operated in some darker areas of the cyber world, let's just put it that way, and I probably won't elaborate. Let's just say there's a lot of capability and technology out there that the general public is not going to be aware of some of the abilities that some of the big tech companies have. And I would say there was a bit of a reveal in the fact that the search was initiated from the Tucson area, because that's a little too precise for my liking.
That's such a good point. Let me tell you what I noticed in that video, having now watched the whole thing. It was done, within 2 months of the time Nancy Guthrie was abducted, went missing. She said, my mom still lives there at the beginning of the segment. So you didn't even have to watch long to find out where her mom lives. She then said it again and interviewed her own mom, like, what made you want to stay in Tucson all these years? So now again, we've reaffirmed that the mom lives in Tucson. They show the name of the restaurant, 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆𝗆, and she says, whenever I come home, this is where we go. So now you're getting closer to knowing what neighborhood she's in, because no 84-year-old travels 30 miles to go have her dinner. She said this is one of the family favorite restaurants. And so now you're getting closer and closer to where Nancy is. And same thing you just said, Jonathan, about the family dynamic. The sister, she's not even given a speaking line.
What Megan is saying is that she put her family out there.
Like, I'm sure the sister,
which is absolutely 100% true,
said something like, but not only did she not get to speak at all, not one word of hers is aired, but look at the setup piece. It is a marching band.
Where's Annie? Why has Annie been so quiet? Annie, where you at? Annie, where you at?
For her sister, it is a hero's welcome at the sorority. It is Savannah's face all over the magazines as kids on the campus are, allegedly reading magazines about Savannah Guthrie, and she just happens to walk by and they say, oh, no, can't be.
The table where they were sitting. It's like she's all crammed up next to her mom, and the sisters are on the other side eating shrimp cocktail, not even looking.
Yes, and also she's running herd on the conversation.
It is. You would think once you put your family out there like that, right? Cat cost, yeah. Annie, are you okay? Yeah, Annie, where you at? Annie been struck by a smooth criminal, dude. Not us gonna listen to Michael Jackson later.
Driving it because she's the anchor of the show and of the segment. The sister barely has a bit part. I'm just saying, it's like, to me, it's relevant for a couple reasons. What is the sister feeling? It's possible she's feeling total pride and joy in her sister's success. It's also possible she wasn't, and that there's a level of envy, since I guarantee you,
I'm screaming. I said that earlier. I said the family drama.
She was doing the lion's share of all the work with Nancy, and Savannah wasn't. Savannah may have been paying for some of those caregivers, but it's different when you're the one who is there. My sister and I just went through this with my mom. My sister she passed, unfortunately, a couple years ago, but she died at 58. And my sister was living with my mom. My sister was definitely taking care of my mom physically way more than I was. Now, I was paying for all my mom's expenses, but my sister was doing her part, because an 80-some-year-old lady does need a lot of help, a lot of physical help. And it can.
So why the was she home alone at 2 a.m. at 84 years old when she can't even walk more than 50 yards.
Be difficult on the caregiving child. So there's that dynamic. But the second thing is, it's not a great idea. It is not a great idea with the general population to parade around your hometown.
White man,
tout
possibly a landscaper.
What a star you are, how beloved you are, what a celebrity you are as a news person. It's in my view, that can only lead to bad things. It can lead to envy by some at home toward you, because there are a lot of people who actually are not rooting for you when they see things like that. It can spark somebody's idea on like, I'm gonna end that. I want to disrupt that. I don't appreciate that joyful, I'm a celebrity and everybody loves me situation, and I know just the way to bring an end to it.
Megan is like in my head, dude. And we know money makes people ugly, greedy, evil, jealous, envious. It's what money does. It's why it's so powerful. That along with religion. And we're not going into that tonight. We're not going into religion. Cash Tate says, I'm glad I don't live in Arizona. Yeah, she has no lack of self-esteem. I was looking for Debbie's comment. I wonder if one of the family members hired the kidnappers. There's a reason most people are uncomfortable with Annie and Tommaso, right? Lakeside. It's like, when people say like listen to your gut feeling. I pray they never check my Google. I've Googled the weirdest stuff. Oh yeah, if they look at my Google, I'm being arrested. Please, everyone, chip in for my bail. Thank you. Or my lawyer. That backpack was not sagging. It almost looked like it was full. Well, I don't know. It was full of something. What's with the book about kidnapping? That is freaking weird. And we covered that a night ago. And to me, that's like a psychological thing, but that's just my opinion. We're almost going with this video.
It just reveals a lot of information about yourself and your family. A lot. And I'll just finish it with one other thing. When I was at Fox and I was first like coming up, as making a name for myself and becoming better known, Bill O'Reilly pulled me aside and said, don't reveal anything about yourself personally. And I was like, what do you mean? It's kind of natural. Sometimes you're talking and something comes up, you say something about and he was like, never. He's like, if you watch me, I almost never do it because it's dangerous. He was saying like, it can trigger people and there will be some nutcase out there who's writing it all down, ready to use it against you at just the right time. And, O'Reilly and I don't really get along now, but he's a smart guy and he gave me a lot of sage advice. And I feel like that was a piece of very good advice. Your thoughts on it, Will? Solid
advice. I work with a number of sort of Hollywood A-listers and various other prominent people. And the one thing I always say to them is keep your personal life personal. You need to live two lives. Your celebrity life, which obviously has to be very clearly thought about in terms of what you talk about, where you go for your meals, that sort of thing. It can even be fabricated in terms of, this is my favorite little restaurant that I always go to, and you've probably never been there before. And then there's your personal life. And you keep that information down because that can be used as leverage in various different shapes and forms. So absolutely keep the two lives entirely separate.
If people, Megan, if people wanted to see the reality of, we see social media, right? So we see how the white Karens in the world are destroying this country. You would never have expected that, but that craziness didn't just pop up because of social media. There's craziness in the world that you don't see if you don't put yourself in that environment. And like Will, I've been with celebrities, and it is amazing what people will do. They'll be having dinner, and we're sitting over there, and all of a sudden somebody gets up from a table and walks over and asks for an autograph during dinner. Okay, that's one person. They go back, sit down, and they open a floodgate of crazies that now will come up and interrupt dinner for this individual just to get an autograph or a picture. It's so inappropriate that you sit back and you think, how are these people comfortable doing this? Well, it only gets worse from there. And so there's crazy all in the world.
Yes.
And when you add celebrity into that, then people can fixate and say and do absolutely crazy things.
Oh my gosh, I just said that. Is someone personally after her? Lisa, I agree with you. The mom should not have been left alone at 84. Savannah's girl next door persona is her calling card. Sometimes I think those personas are fake as fuck, but that's just me. Oh, excuse my language. I don't know. Like, just because someone's like that on TV doesn't mean that that's how they are in real life. You know what I'm saying? I know that sounds really like crazy and dark, but it's true. Just because she's on the Today Show don't mean
Still
shit.
think though, when we look at the totality of the circumstances and we look at how this individual acted, now that we know that he was around that area before that day, I keep thinking of somebody casing the environment, casing that area, and the behavior is more like a criminal, like somebody who's going in to burglarize a home than somebody who is going in there to remove an individual. Most of the issues I've seen when it comes to kidnapping, they are stalking somebody, not walking up and covertly looking at the house with full mask and gloves and everything on, because that could lead to them getting caught. And when you're trying to kidnap somebody, you want complete anonymity. So I don't know. There's just issues about this kidnapping versus burglary that when you look at how many of these people, I mean, how many of these videos have come out with people just walking up to people's doors? That is some of the creepiest stuff that's out there. How many people are poking around neighborhoods at night? And again, the evidence will lead where it needs to go.
Let me tell you something right now. You come to my house, it's going to be like starring in an MGM movie. You have no idea how many angles we will have you on camera from. And there are many other measures that we've taken beyond. So a face mask is not going to help you.
Dog.
Nothing's going to help
you.
A
yappy dog is the best security thing.
There are many, many layers of protection, and you have to.
Megan's like, you ain't coming to my house, dude. Okay, let me show you guys this post about Savannah. What is this? Why does she have black eye? And someone in the post said, "Oh, Savannah, we know." That is not from a toy. That is not from a toy. Let's read the comments. Renee, this is a very good find. I can add this to the list to expand on. Wasn't this when her child hit her with the toy? She had surgery on her retina and had to lie face down for many weeks. Yeah, that was her alibi. Maybe it's time to think outside the box, which is what I said earlier. Can someone explain to me what's going on? Savannah's not going back to the Today Show. She knows the jig is up. Oh, if she'd only follow the right path instead of bowing to evil, she could say only one word about Matt Lauer anymore. She can't say one word about Matt Lauer anymore because she's him. I don't get that. He threw a train. What was that about? A train car at her? 10 years, I would have never thought of being a contract kidnapping, but you have to consider it now. Huh? She's likely the Ellen type vibe. You mean like eating babies and stuff? Allegedly. Told you in that club you have to give up someone as a sacrifice. Rather suspect there's no swelling with all that bruising. They tagged her. Everybody knows. Someone said, I'm telling y'all, she was the one videoed on the Ring doorbell cam with the mask on. Whoa. I'm sorry, that is not from a toy. Like, that is not. We really don't know what's going on. We're just seeing what's out there, right? And then the book, the kidnapping book, that's a really like odd story, right? Like you would never, I've never joked with my parents that I got kidnapped, because if I did, they would probably have a heart attack. They would probably freak out. There's a story that the kidnapping is a deflection from the Epstein files. I mean, I feel for her, whatever this is. But I'm just showing you what's out there in the public. Okay, well, let's watch this clip while I pull up some more posts that I'm going to show you.
It says its National Threat Operations Center has received.
Please hit the like button, guys. Please hit the like button. Tap, tap, tap.
More than 20,000 tips in the Nancy Guthrie case since February 1st. They say agents are working around the clock now, answering calls to the 1-800-CALL-FBI tip line and reviewing submissions online. A reward of up to $100,000 from the agency remains in place for information leading to Nancy's location or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. But it's not just the FBI. The search, at least from the nonprofit community, also has now gone international. Monica Garcia joins us live in the Catalina Foothills tonight with the very latest. And Monica,
you're right, Alicia. I don't know. It could be anything. Anything is possible. She had no subscription, so would overwrite. Thank you, Princino. I liked and subscribed. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mar, as well. So much information. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're happy to have you all. Welcome.
what can you tell us about this new group joining the search?
Yeah. I mean, Sean, before we get to that, just standing in front of the arch doorway where it all began 3 weeks ago is interesting to think about at this point, as we just received that PCSD update saying that right now the only article of clothing that has been officially identified is that Ozark backpack. So I do want to make sure that we put that out there as they continue to give us updates. As you just said, they follow so many thousands of leads. And we do talk about getting more insight in reference to those leads and the theories we've heard. And the latest theory has been, she could possibly be in Mexico. And so we did reach out to an organization. They're called Searching Mothers of Sonora. In fact, we reached out to them and they were here earlier.
I just really don't think she's in Mexico, guys. I could be off. I'm familiar with Mexico. I'm familiar with what goes on there. We have property there. Maybe they're hiding her there, but was it cartel based, et cetera, et cetera? I don't think so. I don't believe that.
Day because they felt compelled to come out here because their whole mission is to help people who've been impacted by something terrible. So who better to relate to the situation more than this group from Mexico? And I must say that what they do is pretty incredible. A well-known nonprofit, and we've spoken with them in the past for other missing person cases. They are the Madres Buscadoras de Sonora. They operate just south of Arizona border. In fact,
you're good, Alicia. I appreciate you very much.
Searching in areas they say that many migrants and smugglers travel through, areas that are dangerous at times, known for smuggling routes and cartel territories, but they're
It's okay. We can say what we think, and a lot of us think she's no longer alive. I mean, it's just been so long, right? This is day 19. So we're basically almost 2-3 weeks. And she has no medication, and it just seems like it's kind of, we're into it, but is LE eventually going to be like, we don't know what else to do? And the FBI is involved.
Outreach is so crucial to this. They have about 3,000 members across Mexico. And since they formed not that long ago, back in 2021, they've helped resolve more than 5,000 cases, reconnecting families along the way. And now that they've posted Nancy Guthrie's flyer across their social media platforms, so that's thousands of people across the border getting to see these images of Nancy Guthrie, getting to see that doorbell video that is just so chilling. The group organizer I spoke with today, she does believe that, the possibility of Nancy Guthrie in Mexico, it's always possible, but she does say that it is difficult for someone to be smuggled into Mexico from the U.S. In the meantime, we did catch up with that group member who came out here to offer her condolences. Take a listen.
I came here because since I found out about this woman gone missing, I felt the need of coming to support and emphasize with the family because I know they're suffering a lot for her disappearance. My son went.
You guys, wait, let's back up a little, like back it up. When was she last seen? Like, is there proof of that? Because it's like Sebastian Rogers, like, do we even know, like, who last really saw her before that night? Allegedly, the police department, and I'll show you the document, so I'm not talking out of my ass, but there's a document that shows that they made some report on the 31st, but she went missing on the 1st. So, like, that's what I'm saying is, what if she was gone from before then? We wouldn't know unless Google gives the footage, right? Or unless someone has, someone saw her physically. I have questions now about what Nancy was doing in the month of January. and what was going on.
Missing as well, so I share the same pain.
I have questions.
And lie back out here. I mean,
She was attending church via Zoom. Savannah interviewed Virginia. Yeah, we played that 2 nights ago. I'm back. What I missed. We're just theorizing. When was she last seen on her own? Yeah, Tech. Yeah. Like when the landscapers were there, did she open the door? Did she sign Uber driver? No, I'm talking about before the night she went missing. When other people go missing, there's usually some kind of vigil. Yeah, Alicia, if it was handwritten, it could have been a human mistake. She been gone. Her not having medications for a week? No. No.
Remains the same. We have that lone sheriff deputy who's out here patrolling the house.
We have a right to be suspicious of everything unless they're going to give us everything and include the public. And if not, then we have the right to think of what is possible because we watch true crime all day. We might as well be little investigators on our own. You know what I mean?
House patrolling the property, making sure that nobody goes on the property without permission. And we do continue to see the memorial growing with those yellow flowers that the neighbors have left behind. That just means so much to this community. Sean, live from the Foothills, Monica Garcia, back to you.
Yeah, I agree with that. Until proven everyone is a suspect. I agree with that. Absolutely. And no one should have been cleared. Let's touch my guy, Jesse, and
during his
Brian.
trip, Brian, that was outstanding. First, let me ask you the $1 million question here. How easy would it be for a kidnapper to smuggle an 84-year-old into Mexico?
I mean, it seemed pretty easy. We walked right in. I mean, there was no one who stopped us to check our ID. There was no one who asked any questions, literally just walked right into Mexico. If you drive in, I'm told that sometimes you are stopped and questioned, but many people also are able to just drive in. It's kind of random. So, you know, when you come back into the US, it's a different story. You get a million questions. There's dogs. They stop you. They look in your car. There's several checkpoints. But going into Mexico, I mean, it seems like anybody could just do it.
What about the cameras? I understand you looked into that a little bit, whether or not there were cameras that could have captured Nancy going into Mexico.
Yeah, I think that's key here because there are a lot of cameras. While they don't stop you going in, you see cameras everywhere. And apparently they've used those cameras in the past when investigating kidnappings. There was a local journalist who I spoke to, Jesse, who talked to me about the cameras and whether he believes that a kidnapper could bring someone like Nancy into the country without being noticed. Listen to what he told me, Jesse. How easy would it be to bring someone in, like if you had kidnapped someone?
It's very
Yes, exactly, Alicia. What I'm saying is she could have gone missing before the 31st. Exactly. That blood looked dried, which can happen rather quick. I know that, but like we don't know anything, you know? Like what if she did go missing a few nights before? What if that video of the 2 people that look different, you know, the perpetrator at the doorbell at the door with the doorbell cam, what if those are 2 different people and those are 2 different nights? And what if maybe one of them went there the first time when Nancy was hurt and kidnapped, etc., and then the second one went back to seal off the scene and do all of that? I mean, that sounds like a lot of like CSI type shit, but it's possible, I think.
I mean, I don't know anything about kidnapping people in the United States and bringing them over, pero
we still don't have a motive. I feel like we have a lot of motives, right? We just don't know which one's more secure. Alicia, yeah, that would be good information to know. Yeah. So Virginia ended right before the files. Nancy right after the files is weird. Yeah. And Savannah was the last one to interview Virginia before she allegedly unalived herself. Lisa says, do you think the daughter and son-in-law had something to do with it? The son-in-law claimed he was a teacher, but he was in a band. Seems fishy. Is he lying? Why are they... They're quiet. They haven't been up with Savannah. I'm wondering if maybe the reason why Savannah has been doing like, you know, videos by herself and stuff and like pleas by herself is because she's the target and she knows it. And if she knows it, that means it was in one of the ransom letters that the FBI or Harvey from TMZ received. Like they know more, I think, from those ransom notes than we are hearing. Maybe that's why Annie's not in the videos with her. Or maybe Annie is like, nah, they think it's me, so I'm not going to participate. Like, We don't know Chet. We don't know Chet. Nancy took an Uber to daughters. Yeah, so she took an Uber there and allegedly someone dropped her off. Who's Virginia? Virginia Giuffre is one of Epstein's victim. Supposedly, allegedly. Yeah.
The local authorities aren't on alert searching for somebody. I mean, thousands of people come across the border walking and even on vehicles. It's not until they have the alert of somebody missing, they start looking at the camera footage and they can see if the person came across on foot or on a vehicle. They can see it, but they don't look for it until they know of
They
case.
request help, yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if they've started looking for this.
I wonder too.
So we don't know, Jesse, if they've been looking at the cameras. And you mentioned at the top, it is a little confusing. Yesterday, FBI sources told us that they were in communication with authorities in Mexico. Today, the Mexican law enforcement said, yes, we've talked to the FBI, but we have no indication that Nancy Guthrie is in Mexico. Jesse?
So first of all, it's terrifying how easily she could have gotten there. And again, very, very confusing whether or not they're looking at the cameras and looking at potential footage in the last several weeks about her.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on why the hell TMZ is getting ransoms and not the FBI or Savannah. Because Savannah's the one with the big bucks, you know?
Coming through there. So let me ask you about the pharmacy. That was a great piece where you went in there. The medications that Nancy was in, to be clear, vital medications. She theoretically wouldn't be able to survive without them for without taking them daily. Could someone have gotten what she needed there?
Yes, very, very easily. You can get almost anything you want there in the pharmacy, which was kind of shocking to see. I guess that's why a lot of people go across the border to get things there, and it's also cheaper. Almost every heart medicine, and we don't know exactly which ones Nancy was on, but I'm told almost every single one you could get without a prescription. The ones where you would need a prescription, it's not like here where you would have to go, you know, you can just get the prescription right there on the street and then use that to get the medicine. So for sure, you could easily get the medicine on the down low and no one would know.
So just put it in perspective, potentially in a country where, like you said, not a lot of people know about this case, at least the people that you were speaking to, easily smuggled in. It's wish-washy on the cameras, whether everybody was paying attention to them or they're getting access to the footage.
I'm sorry, I don't think Nancy was smuggled into Mexico. Into Mexico. I don't. It seems like a stretch for me. I don't know. It's close.
And potentially they could get the medication that she needs to survive. We have about 20 seconds, real quick, Brian. DNA, right? So that seems to be the key. The DNA in the house. Any word back on if it's being tested or we're getting results back? Because it's been a minute.
It is, yeah. We got a brief statement today from the sheriff confirming again.
No
that
one is
DNA was
safe.
found in the house. We know that they're doing.
No
the
one is safe.
investigative
Not
genetic-
you, not I, not anyone. No one is safe. I just hope they find her soon. I've been carrying around this heaviness. I know it started with Epstein. I know we all feel the same. I think that's why we're all so invested. Melly, I don't think she's over there either. Savannah doesn't need money. She has it. They need to dig deeper into the daughter. I agree, Lisa. I agree. She has the money, right? Thanks, Wilson, for being here. Could have been the daughter and son-in-law. Maybe she was jealous. Jealousy is a disease too. So bitches need to get well, but you're right. MSM said, I see the aliens with my own eyes. It feels like the world has gone crazy.
Genealogy, but that takes time. That's not like just, you know, one-way DNA testing. That could take weeks. It could even take months. So we're just gonna have to be patient on that front, I think.
The good news is that has helped solve cold cases in the past, but like you said, it takes some time. Brian Enton, thank you so much. Excellent reporting today. Always appreciate it.
Give it up. Give it up for Brian Enton. He's been kicking ass. I want to watch Sheriff Thanos interview one more time because I need to feel out the vibes. Just a few minutes. Let's replay it from Brian Enton. He's a tool, not Brian, Thanos. I call him Thanos, but it's Sheriff Nanos.
Well, that's cameras, and they're still trying to get more video. So this is my interview with the sheriff. Thank you for doing this, Sheriff. Appreciate it very much. I know that you and the FBI.
I feel like it's dying down. Is this going to be a cold case soon? Wait, how long does it have to be? How long before they determine it's a cold case? Let's look. Let's ask AI. I know you can't declare someone dead for a while, right? Oh, it's a hell of a long time. 1 to 3 years of remaining unsolved. So is Sebastian Rogers a cold case at this point? I would say. Hashtag justice for Sebastian
Able to
Rogers.
get those surveillance photos off the camera in the front of the house.
Yeah.
Any progress on the other cameras? Can you do the same thing?
Boy, I'm hopeful. Here's what happened there. So we, of course, that camera we don't have, right? It was taken, removed from the scene, but we knew it existed, and we asked, I think it's Google asked Google, hey, what can you do with this? And we gave them the other cameras and asked the same. And they said, well, there's not a subscription here. And it is hard because it overwrites itself, right? Every, I don't know how many hours, maybe it's every 36 or 72, whatever
I can't stand
it is. But you know what, Sheriff, we'll try. Thank you. The way they went, they came back with this. And I'm going to try to explain this as a simple man that I am would. They explained it, it's like peeling paint. You have images over images over images, and you want to get to that 8th layer or the 6th layer, and you got to peel back very easily.
What?
Because you might destroy the layer you wanted. So they were able to do that. I said, oh, this is really, that was that piece of evidence. Oh, they kept it 10 days. No, we all sat here with, right in our command post with the FBI and went, this is really great stuff. We need this out there. So I don't know that it was here more than 2 hours, and it's only because we had to do.
Yeah, we didn't ask about the layers. I think we want to know, like, do you know? We need little Mike. Little Mike. Where is Nancy Guthrie, Sheriff Nanos? We don't need your philosophical bullshit. But thank you.
Some cutting of it.
Thank you very
the
much.
way they sent it to us and prepare it. To get out
Gracias.
and had to check with Washington, all those things that the FBI had to do as well. And we got it out probably less than 2 hours. And it generated, in that first hour for us, just alone here at the department, almost 5,000 tips. So it's a great piece of evidence. So there's other cameras. Your question, will we get more? We've asked the Google, hey guys, can you do this? And they said the very same thing. Sheriff, we don't think we can get anything, but we'll try.
Sheriff, why did you send the glove to Florida when you could have sent it locally, Sheriff? And why are you dressed like you're going to the disco?
And that's all we're hopeful.
And so as of now, it's still just the video from the front?
Yes.
Okay. Savannah Guthrie, Nancy's daughter, obviously
Forgive me.
very famous, loved around the country. Is this really random, or do you think someone may have had, like, you know, a grievance against Savannah? Have you been able to sort that out at all?
You know, well, yeah. But anything's possible, right? I mean, there was talk, well, this was a burglary gone bad. This was that. Those things have never come out of this office because we recognize that anything is possible, and we'll allow that evidence to show us what it is. The time to ask that question, motive, is when we actually know who's done this. And so, yeah, I get the speculation, but yeah, for me, I just looked at it and said from day one that.
Calm down. I like the shirt. I like the color. I peep it. Someone might look good AF in it, but like not the moment for it, Sheriff Nanos. I think you failed here. Like, I would have wanted you in your cop outfit, like, just because, you know, it's such a serious case, and I don't want it to look like you're on some press media tour to clear your own name. Like, let's just keep it real, dude. Let's just keep it real.
Nancy was removed from her home against her will.
Like, is he high?
We need to find it.
I know your
I'm
deputies,
dying.
detectives are working around the clock. I mean, we see them, you know. How long can this go on for in terms of the investigation at this level?
Because of the media, really, and that's a good thing, right? Because of the media, we've
Is he high?
generated so many leads. I know last Wednesday we had 18,000 leads. The FBI had 14. So you're talking over 30,000. We're probably closer to 40 or 50,000. As long as those leads keep coming, we'll keep at it.
I know you've said you can't, for the investigative reasons, talk about what you found in the house. But is there a lot in the house that you're not able to say? I mean, is there a lot of evidence we don't know about in terms of this being a crime?
No,
You guys, if your mom goes missing, okay, let's play story time. Ready? Okay. Put yourself in the position. If your mom goes missing, who you calling? 911? Sheriff Nanos? Or the governor? And why? My question is, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué vas a llamar allí? Because, why am I asking? Because Savannah didn't call Nanos or 911. She called the governor when her mother went missing. Does anyone think that's weird? Okay, you guys are besties. You guys are friends. Okay, well, not everybody that loses someone who's missing has that luxury. So why are you calling him? Like, is he boots on the ground somewhere? I thought that was suspicious too. How does he know that? His conspiracy theory, just like he's on a dating show, is crazy. Lisa, you're killing me right now. Very sus. What? Yeah. So when Savannah got the call that her mom was missing, she didn't call the police. She called the governor. I call the governor constantly. Yeah, I'm calling him right now. And I'm saying we're having way too much fun. We want to go to the disco. Let us in.
Yeah, you're asking me something that I can't talk about. I will tell you this. We removed some biological evidence, prints.
Wait, was that a slip up? Okay, let's go back. Thanos.
Yeah, you're asking me something that I can't talk about. I will tell you this. We removed some biological
weapons.
Biological evidence, prints, DNA, whatever. All of that was removed and sent to the lab. We removed physical evidence, computers, phones, everything.
You're right.
Anything we could. And that's submitted to another lab. That was given to the FBI. And why do we give it?
What's the governor going to do? Call the sheriff and tell him how to control the case? I don't know. Everyone's corrupt, AKA Karen Reed, AKA the Epstein files. Wait, in Silence of the Lamb, the mom was the governor. Biological evidence. Biological weapons? I know. I'm like, what is on your mind, Thanos? Kat says he's so hot, you're cracking me up. I have the crunchiest grapes ever. Okay, well, share those with us. Melly, I have the chills. That's weird. Exactly.
It's the FBI. Because we know that they're very good at some of that stuff. And so we share with them that. Why did we give ours to our lab? Because it's what we've done for years, and our lab's always done well. In fact, we've used the FBI before. They're very good at solving things and doing things. But the FBI, not unlike our Department of Public Safety in Phoenix, they have a lab. They could have been used. But we look at it as this. If I use, for example, a state lab, DPS, or the federal lab, Quantico.
We're not taking criminology 101 here, sir. Like in your shirt. We just want to know the fucking answer the question.
They have others.
Yeah, Senator Mark Kelly.
Mm-hmm. And so it really puts a lot of strain on them to prioritize those cases and do what they can with them. Where if I have my own lab or a contract lab, it allows me easier access to those cases that I think are important to us. And I'm not talking this case. I'm just talking cases in general. We could build a lab, but that's pretty expensive too. We just found that.
What county is this? Citizens of this county of Arizona, please respectfully, now you know who the fuck not to vote for next time.
This lab we use is very
not
good.
Nanos.
Were they in Florida at the time? I have no idea. But I know that in today's world of technology, reports are generated and sent out in the flash of an eye. What we need to know is when we send something to a lab, can we get it back to us quickly? Can we have a rush order, if you will? Well, sometimes I want this now, but the FBI may say, well, we understand that, but New York has a crime. LA has a crime. So it's about, it's not against the labs. And so when this piece of evidence, we did what we normally do. We sent it to the lab and we did that scene. Then we went and did another scene when we did a search warrant out in Rio Rico. So all of that was gone. Now we find a glove. The FBI says, oh, we can send it to Quantico. And I said, well, you know what? Let's keep it all in one place. Let's just send it all to our lab. No, it's not like, no, FBI's got a bad lab, or no, the sheriff's department uses DNL, they're a bad lab. No, it is about keeping your evidence together in one spot. And when that report comes out, it goes to both agencies. It just made sense. In fact, all of this conversation I had with you,
it doesn't make sense.
When they said, oh, the sheriff blocked evidence, this conversation I had with the FBI lasted probably a minute and a half, and they said, make sense, Sheriff, and it was done. There's no blocking evidence or just crazy.
Let me ask you. Okay, we've seen the photos from the surveillance camera.
Watch how you talk to Brian.
In the front of the man. Do you think there could be a second suspect?
You saw what I saw. We know he is a bad dude. He's who we want. Is there somebody else working with him? I don't know that.
Right. We don't think the person who kidnapped Nancy is a good dude. Of course he's a bad dude. He sounds like he's justifying. He's trying to correct all the drama that's been talked about him, from the other guy that said he was a horrible boss or whatever, the union guy, all the mistakes he's made. He's protecting someone. Yeah, if the glove fits, you must have quit. Every time I see this dude on TV, I feel like I'm getting ready to hear a pitch on used car. But what lab is Zaquistis? Nano? Is there gravel? And he's like, why he's whispering?
We'll know it when we find him.
I don't know.
The TMZ letters. I've lost count of how many they've received. TMZ, they've been receiving these letters claiming that it's from someone involved.
So, yeah, the ransoms type things or those kinds of letters.
And I know FBI is investigating that part, right?
Correct.
But do you think they're legit? Because it seems like every day they're on TV with a new letter.
Again, you want to go to your experts, right? It would be irresponsible for me to give my opinion on something that we've given to the FBI to look into. That's their bailiwick. We'll let them handle that.
And the search warrants, we saw the one in Rio Rico, and then we saw the one close to, I think, 2 miles from Nancy's house on Friday night. Does that mean that you all believe the suspect could be close? Because it seems like the action we're seeing so far is right in the Tucson area.
So how those develop is this, and you may see it today. It may not be anything today. You may see 5 of them today. But what happens is this. We have 400 investigators from all agencies, not just in this valley, the 10 different law enforcement agencies, but some from Phoenix and FBI from across the country. And they're out there shaking down leads, 40-some thousand leads. Every morning they get up and they're working 24/7. So they start with a little lead and they're told, go check on this. And that lead develops. And as they move through it, it grows and grows like a snowball, just getting bigger and bigger, to a point where they go, you know what? I think we've developed a person.
Yeah, okay. Listen, Nanos, if this is how you talk to your wife, I can see that there's problems at home. Lisa says, no one is talking about the Olympics when Savannah was supposed to cover it. Big deal. She was. That could be related, Lisa. Maybe someone didn't want her to be there. Maybe someone wanted her job. Question mark, question mark. Saint Kidnapper. Yeah. True crime ASMR. We could do that. The sheriff talks like we're 5. That's my damn point, is I'm not in criminology 101 here. We're just trying to find Nancy. Excessively with one hand, usually significant passion for subject. It's often a tool to emphasize, oh, okay. Or reflects culture animated. I'm talking about me or Nanos. The open ceremony to throw Olympics was demonic. Of course, Savannah wanted to be there.
Interest. I think we've got something here that maybe we need to go back and brief on. So they come back in and they talk to the command post who's there. U.S. attorney, county attorneys, different law people behind different areas of law who sit back and discuss it and say, you know what, maybe there's enough here for a search warrant. Maybe we got to get petition for physical characteristics. Maybe that characteristic is a photo. Maybe it's buckle sales. Maybe it's finger, whatever it is. And we present it to a judge. And a judge says, yeah, I think here's enough. He signs it. That's how that snowballs. and everybody's energetic and they're so enthused. I wish you could see the face of the young men and women out there who are working these and all the energy, because it's what happens in investigations, particularly bigger investigations, where they're so excited, probably like you are. We've got a good thing. We're going to, and then
I'm not excited listening to this man. I think we can all agree on that. Melanie, why are you making this? He's speaking on the amount of sheriff detectives. Yeah. I got lost like 2 minutes ago because I realized I had to take notes, or I don't know.
Falls through. It's not the person. Nancy's not at that house. But that's part of the ebbs and flows of an investigation. You're going to have that as highs and lows.
She's not at the house.
So for me, that's what's important, that I dispel some of the things that are out there so my team knows that, no. They're a solid team. This is a team who solves crime every day. They are my experts. I would be silly to not listen to them. When they tell me,
so where's Nancy Guthrie?
Spent 20 some hours at this scene. We processed
The
this
monotone says so.
I'm taking their word that they're good. I don't need to hear from some pundit out there who's never done a crime scene.
Whoa. You don't call me a pundit. I'm just a true crime sleuth. What do you mean? He said don't listen to the pundits out there.
I don't need to hear from somebody who's never done a criminal investigation. I've got experts. That's who I choose to listen to. Just like the noise in the background. The critics who want to run for office. Go do that stuff.
Maybe I will.
just want to find Nancy.
Fuck.
I want my team focused every
Maybe
morning.
I will.
When they hit that low, that they know that they have someone who believes in them and their work. They're going to do it. I have 100% faith they will solve this case. If you're the guy, if you're that monster, you should be worried. You should let her go.
Oh my, you saying you should let her go. Really? That's what you have to say on national television? Bad guy, you should let her go because I said so in my red disco dancing ass shaking shirt. Yeah.
Let her go.
Are you getting closer?
I think we are.
How close?
But I have to have that
Oh
belief.
my God.
I have to have that faith.
Are we close? Day 20. Just a few hours, Nancy will be saved. And
Every day, we'll keep at it. We ain't quitting.
Appreciate the sheriff for making the time.
Okay. Is your video posted to us? I gotta. Yes, you can. It'll be posted. Melly for Pope. Melly for sure. Tell him, Melly. Listen. We can go to the disco, but not while we're looking for Nancy. Okay. We can have fun. We know that here. Let's go back to X and see if there's any updates. We're just checking back. Okay. There is this post that I thought was interesting. It said, why was a missing endangered adult reported for Nancy Guthrie filed on June 31st at 7 p.m. when she reportedly went missing February 1st? Perhaps that Pima County sheriffs can explain why the report was filed before anyone officially reported her missing while she was still alive. Let's watch this video. Good question. It's not a video. It's just like so it says Pima County sheriffs. Yeah, they put her missing on 131. So wait a minute. So Savannah calls the governor when her mother goes missing on the 31st, but to the public, she goes missing on the 1st. Could it have to do with the time? I don't know. Something doesn't feel right. Pima County Sheriff's Department is requesting your assistance in locating Nancy Guthrie. Okay. Missing and endangered 1/31/2026, 7 p.m. So let's see when did Nancy Guthrie go missing? February 1st, 2026. Unless you're high or drunk, which I don't think either one of those would qualify you to get the days wrong. Unless you're like on acid or shrooms or something. We don't condone things like that here. We try to behave. But what is this? Was that midnight? Evie, can you call Thanos and ask him? Could it have been a time difference? Even so, 7 o'clock would be 8 o'clock. So like when you do the math, it's only 1 hour away, at least from California time. Arizona's only 1 hour away from me or ahead of me. So who knew she was missing on 131 at 7 p.m.? The people that she was with? Annie or Savannah? Which one? If that was one of our moms, I bet they'd take it just as seriously. Yeah, no, it's true. You're onto something. Did the son-in-law not bring her back home? And that's why the searched Annie's car. Sheriff Nano blocked. Why was she reported missing? I thought she wasn't reported missing until someone from the AKA church called in, or whoever the hell, but we still don't have that 911 call. We have the dispatch calls. We listen to them. I played all 5 of the dispatch calls on, I don't know, maybe live number 2 or 3. There's a playlist. Eat your heart out, please. Give your girl a like. Anyways, so she went missing the next morning at like 11 a.m., right? So who knew she was missing? Good night, Hossein. Appreciate you. This is important. This is an important piece of information. That was my understanding as well. Yeah. She didn't go to her Zoom church. She was supposed to go with a group of friends, and someone called and they reported her missing. Savannah calls the governor. Oh, wait, someone already posted it on the missing website. Yeah. So why was she missing the day before? Wait, let me pull up my calendar. Yeah, that was Saturday. So they knew she was missing on Saturday when she was allegedly dropped off. Because why would this say this? Oh, it's a typo? Please, dude. Come on, you guys. Like, respectfully, I don't think any of you are that dumb at all. I actually think all of you are really smart. Kissy for you on the forehead. Mwah. But if at 10 a.m., then only a few hours. I heard reports that she went over to Annie's to discuss financial needs. Okay, so then she for sure was missing on Saturday night. Sunday night was a lie. Wait, was Sunday lie like a whole stage thing? Like, oh, caller and reporter missing? Now I'm tripping. Now I am really tripping when I see this post. Why is she reported missing on Saturday when allegedly she was over at her daughter's house doing God knows what? Fine. Go hang out with your daughter. I hang out with my mom all the time. For the love, you know what I mean? Like, I really do. But I also walk my mom to the door during the fucking daytime and don't leave her alone at whatever time at 84 years old. So we're cut differently, right? But this is suspicious. Missing endangered adult 131. Even if the time was wrong, it would say 8 p.m. or it could be 8 p.m. or it could be 6 p.m. depending on, you know what I mean? Who was at the game night over at Annie's? Annie. Will the real Annie please stand up? We would like to know why you're so quiet. Annie, why don't you plead for your mother who's missing? Who cares about Savannah? Who cares that she's the famous girl on the Today Show? Speak up. Speak out for your mom. Why not? At this point, it is what it is. You dropped her off. Everyone already has a pre-notioned idea. If she had gait instability, they would have helped her to the front door. Why is Disco Daddy hiding secrets from us? Thank you, Rudy. Disco Daddy, I am not happy with this. At this point, none of them could be trusted. None of them. Melly's brain is turning. Yeah. Between this and Epstein, if I go missing, you know why. For real. And look for me. Because I'm not suicidal or any of the above. Annie does. She's jealous. Let's read the comments on this. I'm curious. I want to be a nosy hoe. Whose address? Not Nancy's. It's not her daughter's either. Brian Enton has been shared numerous times here. There's some kind of ancestry from form being shared with Nancy, with her picture saying deceased February 14th. What? Let me open this screen up. No, it's the same post we were just looking at. The one where she went missing. Let me zoom it in for you guys. Here we go. Missing, endangered. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. Look, not 7 p.m., 4 p.m. Melly was blind. I'm not high. I swear. I swear. I'm just a little. 4 p.m.? Report filed 4 p.m. It's worse. It's worse than 7 p.m. I pass out right here on a live. I need mouth to mouth. Send the ambulance, please. What is this? Reported missing at 4 p.m. on Saturday. That was before she went to dinner with Nancy, or what's her name? Annie. That was before Nancy went to dinner with Annie. You guys, pay attention here. And if this isn't true, why is it? So they reported her missing before she was missing. Great. If everyone could do that, then everyone's missing loved one, we would know when they went missing. Or why? I don't know, Cree. I don't know. Captain Disco has some explaining to do. Yeah, why didn't anyone else notice? Why didn't anyone else notify Brian? And it was reported to Pima County Sheriff. So at this point, they can say they didn't get it, but allegedly you did because it's in your portal. So we all just saw it. You can lie all you want, Disco Man. You can lie all you want. You're not lying to us here. Nope. We're not falling for it. We're not falling for your shit. Have you tried to actually find the case number in the system? The sheriff's department thought there was a time zone difference. Time zone difference? Like what? Like you thought 4 p.m. was 11 a.m.? That's a whole different like time frame. It's like morning and night, the sun and the moon, sleepy time, daylight time, like two very different fucking things. One is light, one is dark. Okay. Anyways, I must be the crazy one. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. This is not a conspiracy. Let me try to explain. You're looking at calls for data set. Not every call. Once the officer gets off scene, they determine what's going on and decide if the call warrants a police report being filed. The report number will always be in sequential order. So let's say somebody said my friend is missing. You say I'm calling about a missing person. The police officer is dispatched to the scene, resulting in a call number. They may be assigned a missing person case number. They're found an hour later, usually a misunderstanding, so no report filed. And the protective service card that was left at her house. It wasn't filed January 31st. It was filed after the last date that anyone saw her on January 1st. Wait, January 1st? I've been racking my brain all day. We're racking our brain here too. I recall someone say she may have wandered off. She didn't have dementia. No. Wow, nice catch. She was last seen January 31st at 9 p.m. Everyone says it's fishy. Mark Kelly was busy and they had to postpone all of this. Kelly for president signs had to dry them. It's associated with the approximate last time she was seen should be 9:48 p.m. rather than 7. Still, 7 or 9 or whatever, doesn't matter. She didn't go missing allegedly until Sunday morning after church. So someone's got their story wrong. Someone's got their shit wrong, and I'm sick of it. And it's not us here. Don't blame the citizens. At this point, we should be working in the fucking sheriff's department. So in May 2025, Nancy's eldest daughter, Anne, her husband made Annie his power of attorney. Then the rumors began of an alleged gambling problem. Annie had purchased a home in March of 2025, and soon after the POA was filed, she purchased another home. Nancy's son, Cameron, purchased 5 homes from 2008 to 2020. I'm not suggesting anything here, but there are possibilities if you get my drift. Annie's husband made Annie the power of attorney in May 2025. It is alleged that Annie Tommaso had gambling problems. You're missing the point, and it's important. She went missing at 1:30 a.m. No, that's not true. She could have gone missing when she dropped off, right at the point of the garage. So that was like 9 something. I have talked about Gabrielle Rico, but I will make a live about her. I talked about her in one of the Epstein lives. Gambling debt. No, she didn't go missing at 1:30. That's when the pacemaker turned off or disconnected. She was missing allegedly from 9:48 p.m. and on. This isn't cartel work. I know that for a fact. Ashley Banfield has been around forever. Watch my short tomorrow. Ashley Banfield is in Epstein Files. I covered it like 3rd live into Epstein. She's in the Epstein Files. Doesn't mean you can't like her. Like her all you want. I'm not here to tell you who to like. But also, if you can't fess up to your own doings, you shouldn't be reporting on the lives of other people. But that's just my opinion. Some would say I'm a crazy bitch. If you're let's look at what SF Investigates says. If you're his mom, his older brother, his dad, you just saw surveillance, you know it's him. His features are distinctive. He's a monster, he's a monster among us. Imagine knowing it's your family member and staying quiet. When he's caught, he'll face the full weight of the legal system. In prison, he'll be removed from society and protected. But the people who knew and didn't say anything will be the ones walking free, carrying the hatred and judgment of society for the rest of their lives. If you recognize him, it's time to come forward. And his mom, she recognizes him. Do you? Do you recognize someone? If this was your son, would you recognize him? I'm curious. The intruders were there 41 minutes before they left with her. Exactly my point. No intruder is just going to hang out in there for 41 minutes, kick my feet up, let me have a glass of leche, let me smoke my little joint, let me relax, and then I'll leave and leave some blood on the door and take an 84-year-old woman who probably weighs 200 pounds, who's sick and cannot walk. Whoever was in there must have been comfortable with being in there for 41 minutes, so she knew them. Yes, thank you. They baked a cake and they were like, let's call Melly and Evie over for a little tea party. He had some good bud in listening to Snoop. Yeah. Hey, Nancy. I bet Nancy was down with it too. She was probably down with it. She's like, smoke in the backyard. Who cares? Have a pool. Have some fun. You know how Grammys are. Sometimes they don't even know what we're doing. Bless their heart. Who knew she was missing at all between 9 p.m. and 1:38 p.m.? Thank you. He got offered something to drink. Oh, you just broke into my house. Hit me on the head. I have some blood or something. Oh, yeah. Let's just chill here for 41 minutes. Call your ride. Call your getaway ride. Yeah, let me know when he's here. I'll gladly walk right into the car. Don't worry. You can kidnap me. Did they drug her or something? He was too relaxed. I don't know. The intruders were there 41 minutes. I think she's cooked. The heart meds. Yeah. Good post by SF Investigates. If you recognized this picture, for those of you who have kids, if you recognize this picture and you knew it was your son, what are you doing? Calling the police, calling 911 right away? Or not, because it's your child and you love them and you want what's best for them. And hey, no one's perfect. So you won't call 911. Which are you doing? I'm curious because I've asked my parents this and I feel like I put them on the spot. Maybe I'll do it on live next time when I ask them, because I think another camera triggered at 1:30. The camera triggered because she got dropped off and then the camera triggered, I think, like around the same time. Wait, I have the timeline here. It's really long though. I think it was the camera triggered and then the pacemaker went off. I have it. Don't you worry. Hour by hour, minute by minute. I got you, baby. I got you. Let me share. Now we're really diving deep right now. Okay. Timeline. January 30th. Nancy hosted a friends at her home for a mahjong gathering. During the visit, Nancy confirmed plans with her friend Anne to attend the regular Sunday church live stream for February 1st. The group routinely met at friend's home to watch a recorded live stream. Okay, we got it. January 31st. So this is when she was reported missing. Nancy travels to local family's home in Uber. Okay, she goes to Annie's house at 5:32 p.m. 5:32 p.m. 9:48. Family drops off Nancy. We don't know who, but the sheriff said in the first interview that it was Tommaso. Now, if it wasn't Tommaso, then shut the fuck up, disco dancing man. You were wrong. But if it was, which is highly likely, Tommaso dropped him off. Or her off. My apologies. 9:50. Garage door closes. Okay. So Nancy made it home. 9:50 p.m. Why was she reported missing at 7 p.m.? Because at 7 p.m. she was still at Annie's. Right here. 5:32 to 9:48. 7 p.m. she was still at Annie's. So Annie reported her missing. Is that what I'm getting at? Okay. If not, then Annie, come out and talk about it. Where's Annie? Annie, did you report her missing while she was at your house because you did something? I don't know. I'm just thinking. I'm not blaming. I'm just saying. I'm questioning. Now it's midnight, 1:47 a.m. So February 1st. Doorbell camera disconnects. 2:12. Camera software detects a person. Okay. So that's when the person is detected. 2:28, pacemaker app shows disconnected from phone. 9 a.m., Nancy failed to appear at church. 11 is when her absence was raised by family. 11:56. They don't report her until 12:03. So why is that post about her missing at 7 p.m., but she's not reported until 12:03 p.m. the next day? Who reported her missing? We don't know. They haven't released that information. They haven't released it. This is thorough coverage. Thank you, Kat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Was she with her daughter or the Uber? Thank you, Lisa. Because I think she was with her daughter. I think they already vetted out the Uber driver. And if not, then I guess they haven't released the 911 call. They haven't released it. Why? We play a lot of 911 calls here that are retrieved from FOIA. Why haven't they released it? That missing post or call happened right here. Okay, so she's reported missing at 12:03 p.m. 12:15 p.m., Pima County Sheriff's deputies finally respond. Nancy's car, phone, and wallet are still inside the home. Blood drops are found leading outside towards the driveway. Doorbell camera has been removed. Okay. Got it. Are we catching up? We keeping up? 4 p.m. Sarah was requested by Pima County Sheriff's and assistants to look for Nancy. Midday to evening, Border Patrol unit deployed canines. Search and rescue was initiated 8:55 p.m. And now we're in the next day. It went overnight. Canines, drones, helicopters. 9 a.m. press briefing. Got it. 12 p.m. silver alert is issued. We covered that the night before last because someone else, I think it was Evie, who asked if there was one. February 3rd, they collect DNA. Okay. TMZ publicly reports that that they received a ransom note on the 3rd. Blood drops equals death. You said 12:12 person is detected and 12:28 the watch disconnects. That's not 45 minutes. That's what I'm getting confused. No, I think they were going off of, let's go back. I think they were going off of, I think they were going from 147 to 228. Wait, is that 47? Yeah. It's close to 40 minutes, right? 147 to 228. So they think that the perpetrator was in the house from then. 47. Yeah, that's 41 minutes. 1:47 a.m. to 2:28 a.m. is 41 minutes. So that's when allegedly the perp was in the house. Having a cup of coffee. A little cafecito. What do you guys think? Does that make more sense, True Type? Melly, oh my God, gambling debt. Anyone with an addiction is dangerous. Respectfully. You think he's wearing some, I don't know. Reading Google knows. No, I didn't. An elderly person that loses blood is all bad. Yeah. First of all, there was definitely more than one person involved. I agree. Absolutely agree. I think there was more than one person involved. Let's look at this short that Brian Enton just posted like a couple minutes.
Hey guys. So I'm outside Nancy Guthrie's house. Yeah. Hey guys.
Wait, can I not
I'm outside
make
Nancy
this big?
Guthrie's house. I was in Mexico today. So I just put that full episode out if you guys want to check it out. Quiet out here, first of all. Look, like, so we have our tent here, but then you can see like all the other media. I don't think there's any other media out here tonight. which is kind of, I mean, they have their tents out here still, but a lot of people, I guess, left for the night. I don't know. I don't want people to stop paying attention to this story because I just want them to find Nancy, obviously, and it
Ooh, Brian Enton feels like it's losing traction.
makes me nervous when the media starts to leave. But anyway, I was going to tell you there's one new nugget of information I saw tonight. The New York Post is reporting sources in the FBI are,
Yes, Danielle, we love Brian here.
hoping that the sheriff will give over the case to the FBI. Which I thought maybe the relationship between the FBI and the sheriff was kind of improving over the last week or so. That was my sense. But the New York Post is reporting that the Guthrie family would have to ask for the FBI to take over for it to happen. I'm not sure that's true. I'm not sure they have that power as the victims. I'm going to look into that. But I guess if they urged the sheriff, if the Guthries did, maybe then that could have an impact. I don't know. Based on my interview with the sheriff and everything that I've seen, I don't think he plans to give it up. So yeah. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. I'm gonna.
Ooh, Brian. He's like, I think media is leaving, guys. This might be a cold case. Yes, I am live now. We are live. Let's
The
watch
disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Authorities are now focusing tonight on two central pieces of evidence, including what could be that crucial DNA found in Nancy Guthrie's home. Here's our chief investigator.
Let me know if you guys are down for that timeline. It goes day by day, and then I have Nancy's background, and then I have I think the paperwork for her home and stuff. So we could be real nosy and do a deep dive there. I think I have the paperwork when she bought our house. Yeah, we can really go through that timeline. It might take us a little bit, but I'm down.
Correspondent Aaron Katursky from Tucson again tonight.
Tonight, 19 days into the search for Nancy Guthrie, investigators are squarely focused on the two key clues they have, including DNA found inside her home. Sources telling ABC News it's a mixture of DNA from a male and a female. They need to separate it, and they're hoping the male DNA could help lead to a potential suspect. They have said the DNA is not from a member of Guthrie's family. They also remain focused on video from the front door and on that backpack, which they know is sold at Walmart. Law enforcement sources tell...
This is a good comment. Chastity says, what if Nancy really couldn't stand her kids, staged her own disappearance to frame them, and is on the beach somewhere sipping pina coladas? I've heard that before, actually. You're not the first one to say that.
ABC News, Walmart is helping authorities with any receipts for that kind of backpack.
It's, hey, this backpack has been identified at only purchased.
No, he's not wearing now a suit like this. Does he think this is the Prada fashion show in New York?
Walmart, that'd be a pretty high.
And tonight, investigators are casting a wider net in the search for Nancy Guthrie. There's no definitive lead pointing to Mexico. But tonight, officials in Sonora that borders Arizona say they're in touch with the FBI and ready to help. That's the entrance to Mexico. We're little more than an hour's drive from Nancy Guthrie's home. If she was taken here, it's a quick and easy trip across the border. A group of mothers who search for the missing in Mexico are now helping to spread the word. ABC News was given access to the 911 call center where tips are coming in.
Is this in regards to the Nancy Guthrie case?
They remain hopeful someone will recognize the man who walked up to Nancy Guthrie's front door, turned around, and grabbed brush to put in front of the doorbell camera. That 19 days in, someone will say, I think I know him.
When those tips dry up, this case goes cold. We believe somebody out there knows who did this.
When the tips dry up, this case goes cold. So today, there was nothing. There was no proof she was in Mexico. You guys, I don't know, but I'm feeling like this is going to be a Sebastian Rogers type thing. I don't know if Nancy's ever going to really be found.
We need that person to call us.
It was a combination of tips about that video, analysis of online searches, and other techniques that led investigators to the homes of these two men who were questioned and released. Tonight, those men are trying to clear their names. A lawyer for the man most recently detained, Luke Daly, saying in a statement Mr. Daly has no link whatsoever to Nancy Guthrie and has no information related to her kidnapping. And early on, hours after video from the front door was released, delivery driver Carlos Valenzuelos was detained and questioned too, now telling our Phoenix affiliate KNXV.
They just went with supposedly a tip they had, but they could have done things differently. They could have walked to me and asked, like, hey, where were you there? Where were you? But they didn't.
Tonight, so many in this community just want answers and peace for the Guthrie family. The people who live here know the whole country is watching this case. And one longtime resident telling me they want closure for Savannah Guthrie and her siblings. The people here saying it's unimaginable what's happened to this family.
We want the end. That's all. We want to find out what happened to Nancy.
Tonight, David, investigators vowed to keep at it. They say thousands of tips are still pouring in.
Okay, so you remember how they had the wrong person, right? Carlos, poor Carlos. They went to his house, broke down his door. They detained him. They thought it was Carlos. Carlos was never involved. He did an exclusive interview and it's like 10 minutes long. So let's go over that tonight. Let's just get it done. Nancy's daughter owned a huge debt over he knows something. So they quit. I don't know. I know, Danielle. So sad. Let's watch Carlos's interview. The man who was detained and he was the wrong man. He did an interview with ABC Arizona last night.
We spoke, I guess it was late last Tuesday night or early Wednesday morning. It's been almost a week now. What's the last week been like for you?
It's been hectic. Like, I can't even go out. I can't dash for my wife because people taking pictures of us or following us. Like yesterday, we went out dashing. We got home and there was this red truck following us. This morning it was there too. So it's been kind of scary for me and for my wife, my kids, and everybody.
And again, this was something that before that point, it was kind of just a normal Tuesday. Is that what it was like?
Yeah, it was a normal Tuesday. It was my day off. I was working with my wife and everything. And all of a sudden, well, it happened. Like, they were following me and I pulled them over to see what was going on. And after that, it's been crazy, like nonstop. We're all scared. I can't stop thinking like what's gonna happen to me. What's gonna happen? Like my in-law, my brother-in-law, we didn't even have nothing to do with it, and they still arrested him and everything. They put him into SWAT car. I didn't know that. They put him into SWAT car. They even detained my wife and my kids. It was scary.
When did you realize? Obviously, they released you late at night. You know, we talked to you very briefly, and you got to go home and see kind of a circus out there. It looked like.
Yeah.
What's going through your head when you pulled up back home?
Like, what are they doing at the house? Like, they already searched it. I don't know. They had to go like find evidence supposedly against me, but I don't know. It was crazy. It was still a lot of police there, a lot of activity. They didn't even let us go into the house like 20 minutes later. Once they released me.
I think someone tried to set Carlos up. Justice for Carlos. FBI following him. Fall Guys and failed. Yo. If some of our theories are right, it could align.
They still had the street blocked off. They didn't even get off the car or nothing.
Jesse, what comes next year?
Well, I think, from our perspective, the first thing that really needs to happen is that the Pima County Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Nanos need to clear Carlos's name. They need to make this right. They've falsely arrested an innocent man. They've subjected his family to misery, humiliation, handcuffs, and there's no evidence. This was a wrongful arrest. It was a false arrest. They've cast this shadow of suspicion on Carlos and his family, and now they're living day to day. They're living in fear. And so the first thing that I'd like to see is Sheriff Nanos and the Pima County Sheriff's Office come forward and say, this was a mistake. Carlos is not a person of interest. He is not an investigative lead. We messed up. We need to see some accountability. Obviously, my hope is they're doing the best they can with their investigation. I don't know what the details of what they're doing are in that respect. That's not my department. But they need to clear Carlos, because right now he and his family are going through a nightmare where they look out the window and there are suspicious cars driving past their home. They don't know what's next. And so, you know, it's just clear that whatever mistakes were made, Sheriff Nanos and Pima County need to fess up, and they need to clear Carlos so that his family can begin rebuilding and moving on.
You know, and we asked the sheriff that even just this morning, and he said everyone they detained, because there was another person detained last Friday, right?
Some of you think Carlos has something to do with it. Some of you think Carlos has nothing to do with it. Let me know. I'm open to different opinions. Fear of what? If he didn't have anything to do with it, why fear? Justice for Carlos, how can they be so messy? I just know I would be pissed if that was me. He's definitely holding on to something. That's sad, the trauma his kids are going through. It's in Arizona, right? Yeah.
He said they were cleared to a point, was his wording. Has there been any evidence presented here? You know, I know they mentioned their search warrants, right? And it's not just them searching willy-nilly, but from what you've seen and what you've heard, is there evidence here that makes
I don't think so.
No, there's no evidence whatsoever. You know, our understanding is that they obtained the search warrant they obtained that allowed them to search Carlos's vehicle and his family's property through the use of a secret affidavit. As far as we know, that affidavit is sealed and remains sealed.
Yeah, this lawyer is comfortable. He got a lawsuit. They know. I think. Could Carlos have been the fall guy? Could someone have been trying to set him up, aka Thanos?
And
just kidding.
You know, our suspicion, our educated suspicion is that this has something to do with cell phone pings, which everybody knows are unreliable. And I mean, it's their job to come.
Wait, did he say cell phone pings are unreliable? Because the next time there's a crime and my cell phone pings, I need this for evidence.
Things which everybody knows are unreliable. And I mean,
unreliable.
It's their job to come forward and say what evidence they have is. I mean, the fact that they went after Carlos so hard and then let him go, and it's obvious that they had the wrong guy. It's obvious that they messed up, and they need to actually say the obvious, though. They need to repair the damage they've caused.
Carlos, when did you realize that your name had your family's name, you know, it spread over the internet really quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, that same night, I noticed, like, as soon as I did the interview, I went inside. My wife was on the phone, and on TikTok, the news everywhere. It was like that. Like less than an hour, everybody knew what was going on. We were my mom, my dad. My dad's backstory wasn't. They were trying to, how do you say that was my dad that did it when it was like.
Dude, I really don't think Carlos has anything to do with this. I really don't. I don't think he would be sitting up here with his lawyer like this. Cell phone pings are not necessarily unreliable. They need to be done correctly. Thank you. Thank you, Cat in the Wonderlands. Carlos and his family should sue the pants off someone. Absolutely. Carlos, we would like to interview you here. They said there's some electrical work. There was some electrical work, Danielle. You're right. And I think Nancy had electrical work in January or December. I think I have the paperwork for it. I'll do a live on the timeline and the paperwork. I'll set that up for tomorrow. But I believe she had electrical paperwork or electrical work. And then I think she had, I thought pool work too, not cleaning, but I think like something with the pool or the roof. Oh, it was a roof, not the pool. My bad. They sent some shoddy pool cleaners. I think they were undercover FBI, but I think she had electrical and roof work done prior to her going missing.
Was the thing, and they brought his past life back, and like it's, I don't know.
And it's not just, you know, it's bad enough if you're accused of something you didn't do and it's a minor crime, you know, a burglary or something like that. They pretty much accused you
kidnapping
of at that point, and still probably maybe the most famous crime going on the planet right now.
Yeah. No, I want to know why.
Because people are crazy, baby.
When you mentioned that night that, you know, you weren't necessarily mad at the deputies. So they're doing their job. They were, you want them to find whoever did this, but obviously they had the wrong guy here, right? Does that still how you feel?
Yeah, I'm frustrated that they didn't do a good job at it. They just went with supposedly a tip they had, but they could have done things differently. They could have walked to me and asked, like, "Hey, where were you
I
here?
said
Where
that.
were you?" But
They didn't have to break down his door and shit. They could have called and said, "Hey, you have a warrant. You're either going to show up to the police department or we're going to come get you." His mom, his sister, his brother was like naked in his underwear playing Xbox when they like threw him out of the house because they were looking for Carlos. If you're not a violent warrant, I don't think they should show up like that. And if they absolutely don't know that you slaughtered someone, why show up like that? You could call. Some people have a lawyer when they're going to be, you know what I mean? Why is this case such big news? I bet someone called in thinking he looked like the guy on the cam.
And they used force, and I felt like I was being kidnapped.
And again, I mean, we talked about it that night, but I mean, this case has gotten a lot of attention, and that's why it went so kind of famous on the internet. But up to that point, you hadn't heard anything about this case?
Nah.
Didn't know who Nancy Guthrie was?
Nah, all I do is work and be with my kids and my wife. I don't follow the news. It's something for me that I don't like.
It's never something you wanted to be thrown in the middle of here.
No, and I'm here.
What's it been like? I mean, I know you've had conversations with your kids and your wife and the rest of your family just in the last week. What have you guys talked about?
Well, they're mostly worried about me, like what's gonna happen to me, because like my lawyer said, they haven't apologized publicly, or they haven't said I'm not a person of interest or anything. They just left it like that. So we're still worried. My in-laws are still worried too, like what's gonna happen. And my brother-in-law too said my oldest son doesn't even want to go to school. But we're still trying to get through this.
It's gonna be tough too for your kids. I mean, just going to school. I mean, it's up into their life too. It's not just yours. Has there been any conversation and I don't know if it's for you, Jesse, or not, but has the sheriff's department reached out at all privately? I mean, we haven't heard really much publicly, but has there been any contact since then?
No. So we've notified the Pima County Sheriff's Office and the Pima County Attorney that we represent Carlos, but they've taken no steps to contact us to clear the air. We requested the return of his property. The only thing that was seized during the search was Carlos's phone, which has his driver's license.
Hey, we couldn't sit here and say anything we want, but at the end of the day, if that's one of us or our family members, like I know we wouldn't just be sitting here acting like we're playing fucking Play-Doh and shit. You know what I mean? Like we building sandcastles in the backyard. If this was one of our family members, like let's not play. You and I both know we would be pissed if this was us or our family members. Whether he's illegal or not doesn't matter, I don't think. So I'm gonna ignore that comment. Big Carlos gonna get paid. I hope he does. This is so obviously a shitty backroom deal that got someone snatched and they brought it on themselves. I'd be suing the pants off everyone. Facts.
As part of the case, and they still haven't returned that, or as part of the phone case. They still haven't returned that. We think we're in the process of making arrangements to have that returned as of Friday, but it's very hard, you know, when we've reached out to them, it seems like it's very disorganized. It's very hard to figure out who's in charge over there. And
I could see that. I could see it. I'm not saying that the law enforcement or Pimas County, no one's perfect, right? There's room for human error. I get that. But they've done it twice. They've raided two people's houses. So at this point, I don't think they're capable of deciding who they're going to raid or not, because that's fucked up. And if they, we don't even know what happened at that second property where they like raided and then it turned out to be nothing, but it was connected to the Guthrie case. Like there's just a lot of things here that are not making sense.
You know, my number one concern right now is that in all of this rush to judgment, that's happened that they just don't want to take accountability and admit that they did wrong.
You know, and I know you don't follow the news, but they had another person detained. It looks like they towed another car. I know they didn't tow your car, but they towed another car on Friday night and this may be for both of you, but when you watch that and they already did it once to you and it looks like it's happening again to somebody else, I mean, what does that make you think? What goes through your head when you see that?
I think they're just guessing. They're just a guessing game to them. I don't know. They're just playing with people's lives right at this point. If they don't have no evidence against anybody, how are they going to keep on doing this stuff to innocent people?
Yeah.
I mean, just, I don't know, but it kind of worries you as a person, right? If doing this to just kind of willy-nilly into anybody, who's next?
It should be a big deal to people, no matter what their political stripe, that the government has this power to come in, cast a cloud of suspicion on somebody, destroy lives, and then retreat and act like it never happened, and give statements like, "Well, everybody's been cleared to a point." That's not enough. It's meaningless. They don't have evidence. They made a mistake, and they need to come forward and admit it.
Will your life ever be the same?
I don't know. At this point, to be honest, I don't know. I don't know if it'll be the same. Like he said, they cast a cloud.
It's like Karen Reed, right? You can get one drunk one night and then everyone thinks you hit your boyfriend with the SUV. It could happen to anyone. Yeah. No one's safe.
I mean, like,
that's my point.
News and everything. I don't know if it's going to be the same.
Alfonso, anything in your mind? Anything else I should have asked you, or anything else you want to make sure we hit on before? I always hate making you drive all this way and then we talk for 10 minutes and I send you on your way, but I think that was perfect and you said it very well. So
yeah.
I'm good as long as.
I think Carlos just wants to be done with this.
I didn't realize too that they still haven't gotten the phone back.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I think Carlos is a nice guy.
They, like you said, they haven't reached out to me or to him to apologize. Nothing.
Well, I'm sorry you guys are all having to go through this, and I hope it all calms down soon here.
I just hope they get the person and be done. Right now, I'm everywhere right now. Like,
yeah.
I don't know what to do. I can't hide.
Yeah.
What they did after what they did to me, I don't plan on staying quiet. It's not right. Like he said, it's the federal, the FBI. How could they be so inaccurate with their evidence and all that? Like, I don't know. It was wrong the way they acted.
Wow. It's hard to believe they kept you there all that time.
Well, they had me in the Miranda car first.
Yeah, okay.
That was like until 4, 5, 6, until like 8 at night. That's when the Pima County Sheriff replaced the Miranda.
So they stopped you at what, 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
And then it was 12:30 or 12 the week.
Almost 1 in the morning.
Almost 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
Did it feel like that long when you're sitting there?
That felt longer. Yeah, and then being handcuffed with your hands behind your back when supposedly you're just detained. And my shoulders were hurting, and I don't know. It was a bad experience.
I'm glad it ended.
Yeah, but like that's the thing is we don't even know who gave that tip. We don't know any of that. That's rough. That's rough. What a nightmare. And he stopped for Ellie. Yeah. And his they went into his family's house and like searched everything. No one put up a fight. His kids' lives won't be the same anymore. I agree, Lisa. Get the bag, Carlos. So what does Ellie just ignore leads because they don't have evidence? I think it's important to like establish what is a good lead, right? And I don't know if that means like reform within the police department. I don't know what that looks like, but if that was me and they did that to my house, I definitely would be the same. I would definitely be sitting there with a reporter and a lawyer, for sure. Let's watch a little bit of this Nancy Grace clip. And this will be the last video that we end with. Please hit the like button. We do this every night, so we would love to have you back here.
Mother Nancy Guthrie missing day 19. How has
And I'm live all day on other true crime cases, so Nancy's not the only thing I know.
bumbling intruder on the front porch managed to elude local law enforcement and the feds. This as tonight, Nanos drops a bomb, another one. He thinks an accomplice may exist, plus new DNA. What? Did they not get it all the first time? There's new DNA as the search now extends to Mexico. Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
So we're on day 19 right now, but if you're ahead of me, I'm in California. I'm PST time. Stop yelling, Nancy. I know not everyone loves Nancy, but I like to watch a little bit of her. Thank you, Taco Stain. She's pissed at the cops. Yeah, I agree. He should sue because he has a lot of unwanted attention. He said in a different interview, not the one we just watched, but he said in a different one that people were following him and his kids home. Like people were following him home from work and his kids from school. And we know here at Mellyverse, we stand for the children and the females. If you don't like it, then don't let the door hit you on the ass. But we are for the children here, and that's not okay. It's not okay that his children are being harassed because of this.
A misstep. But Nima, I have a solution before you give me your attack. The solution is that the new DNA is found before the perp is identified. So it would be impossible for it to have been planted. But still, it's open to attack, Nima.
It is, Nancy, and we've been talking about the contamination of the crime scene. Now you have DNA found later, and obviously the biggest case is OJ, but people and jurors, they love a cover-up. Look at Karen Reed. She walked because the Commonwealth wasn't able to prove their case, and
I love that he just brought up the Karen Reed because he's hinting at corruption.
argued the defense that it was a big law enforcement conspiracy and cover-up. So certainly finding the DNA is helpful, and even if it's a partial, we've seen it with Rex Heuermann and obviously familial DNA, Golden State Killer, Gone Girl Nancy Papini. There's a lot you can do with partial DNA now, mitochondrial DNA. But you're right. I mean, obviously, the defense loves the fact that this wasn't found originally, and you had reporters and bloggers and YouTubers walking all throughout the crime scene before it was.
Well, one thing there, Tom Smith joining me, former NYPD detective, 30 years. 30 years. Now co-host of Gold Shield's podcast, also assigned to the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. So he has worked with the feds. This is what I think happened, Tom. I think the locals did their DNA search. Then finally, the feds were brought in. The feds can't just Bigfoot and come in uninvited, right? There's a separation of power in our government. The feds just can't take over the state government. So they kind of have to be invited, so to speak. Once they finally got in, I think they went in and did their own DNA search.
Oh. Yeah, I completely agree. And the problem with that is it was too long down the road. They should.
Oh my goodness. This is why we yeah, good point. I know. Not everyone loves Nancy Grace, but she's on her shit sometimes. She does pretty damn well. This was good. This was interesting. Whoa.
Should have been called immediately because, like you said, Nancy, they are the best at evidence collection that we have in law enforcement. Their technology and the way they do it is next to none. But when you are down the road after 50 people have been trampling through that crime scene and you have guys going in the backyard cleaning the pool while this woman is still missing is a problem. And you brought up the best point of this. Down the road, if you lock someone up, it's going to be a mess. And I hope it works out. But grabbing DNA at this point from the crime scene, who knows whose it is with the amount of people who have been walking through there. I never understood opening that crime scene. It's a house that no one now is living in. What is the problem with just stopping everyone from going in, roping it off, putting a radio car in front of it until this case is done.
Can we say we agree with that? We talked about it here. We talked about why the hell was there no crime scene sealed off? Why didn't they send a crime scene unit to clean the blood? Why is there a pool cleaner? Why is there someone landscaping when Nancy's gone and missing? Maybe they were undercover FBI, which I mentioned, but is the family doing that?
And they didn't do that, and that's going to be a problem.
I think, Tom Smith, from what we could tell, the interior was closed off. And I'm hoping and praying that's true to somewhat preserve the scene, at least the interior, which is the most important part anyway. Also, let me go back to Susanna Ryan. I want to follow up on what Tom Smith just said. Susanna Ryan, lab director, forensic DNA analyst at Pure Gold Forensics, DNA consultant at Ryan Forensics, 25 years in the DNA business. What pertinent.
I'm a science major, and like even in class, like if we left some shit out or something that we're doing with like a lab or something, it was like fail. It's contaminated. So I'm always shocked when I'm not not a professional yet, but like I'm always shocked when they're like, oh, they just left the crime scene. Brian Enton literally walked up to the door with the blood there. Nothing was sealed off. Was that at the request of the family? I'm just curious.
DNA. Do you believe they have found 2 weeks after the fact? What could have been missed the first time? Pertinent DNA. Because we already know the DNA is stranger DNA. We know that. It's not someone that comes in contact regularly with Nancy Guthrie. So the granny nanny or the house cleaner or the dog walker or the home health care person, we know it's not them. They have been ruled out. So what was missed the first time? What are the nooks and the crannies that they would discover, investigate to get new DNA?
I think they're probably trying to backtrack, figure out where this perpetrator must have contacted or touched as he entered the crime scene, as he moved about the home. So I'm sure it's a lot of crime reconstruction based upon anything that might have been moved or out of place in that house. And so they're trying, they're going to want to try to zero in on things they know that he came into contact with and hope that they're able to pull the perpetrator's DNA from those areas.
You make a good point, Danielle, because we also don't know what Nancy was wearing when she went missing. Was she naked? Was she wearing clothes? It's interesting because they usually put that on a missing person's poster. And if they don't know, then they don't know, which means you ain't got shit. Google or not, you ain't got shit. So like, I think there's things here they're keeping from us, and it seems like a shoddy investigation,
Could it be, Susanna Ryan, something that wasn't obvious the first time, such as, let's just go with sweat, urine, saliva? What would be more difficult to spot the first time?
Well, obviously something like a body fluid, if there was blood, that's easy to see. If there's an area that was cleaned, that's something that could be detected with using luminol, something like that. But otherwise, again, it's just something you have to think about where this person touched. Maybe I'm sure they spoke with the family. They had a good idea of where every object in that house should have been. Maybe someone had a recollection and said, you know what? I don't think that book, that lamp, that whatever was in that location. I think that had to have been moved. So I think that's probably something that's been happening as well. Just help from the family members trying to determine anything that's been contacted. Maybe.
Listen, at this point, Thanos doesn't know what the hell is going on. The FBI doesn't know what the hell is going on. The blood, all of it. At this point, it looks staged. I don't know if Nancy is going to be saved or not. And I hate to sound so ass dark, but
it was, the handle of a toilet. Who knows? Just to try to make sure that they're collecting everything, because once they do release that crime scene, they can't go back to it. You have to collect whatever you can while you can. And then once that's released and people are in and out, the family members are back in and out, then you have even additional chances of contamination.
Scott Eicher joining us tonight, digital forensics expert, historical cellular analysis expert, founding member of CAST, Cellular Analysis Survey Team. Now at PCAexperts.com, Precision Cellular Analyst. Scott, thank you for being with us tonight. I want to talk to you about a novel idea. And that idea is not just GPS tracking in vehicles that were in that area. And I'm not sure how that could possibly be picked up the way cell phones are. But what about this? Just go with me on this. For instance, SiriusXM, if you have a subscription, can be tracked. Uconnect, for instance, can be tracked. That's the hookup, the Wi-Fi hookup in a car. Those lead to IDs, the subscription. How can we use it?
Imagine you're worth $100 million and you can't pay $200 for your mom's Ring camera subscription. Huh? What? No, that's shady as fuck, if you ask me.
We can use it just like we're using the cell phone data of phones in the
No.
area. We can also go to those
I'm buying
companies
it.
and ask them, are these GPS vehicles with either OnStar or SiriusXM or any of those other services, were they in that area at that time? So the investigators can go interview them, see if they were legitimately in that area or passing through or one of the suspects. So another avenue to go down if we can get any of the vehicles that were in that area.
So you're telling me that, for instance, Uconnect, which operates on cell waves, Wi-Fi, SiriusXM, you got to fight SiriusXM. They're not just going to hand it over to the feds on a silver platter. They fight that. Any subscription data on their clients, but we will get it, even if they put up a fight. OnStar. So you're telling me, much like cell phones, those unique features in vehicles emit a certain Wi-Fi wavelength that can be picked up. How can it be picked up? How can it be detected? Are you comparing it to, for instance, how a cell phone is picked up in the area? How do you do it?
Yes, it's exactly. You got to remember all those devices like OnStar, Sirius, all those have to have a connection to the cellular network. So we're kind of backtracking, getting more information from the cellular network along with the vehicle information from OnStar or any of these other companies and saying, okay, now let's look at the cellular data for that vehicle that had SiriusXM and either GPS there or a cellular connection to see if they're in the area and how they might be able to help the investigation.
So you're telling me that the Wi-Fi from Uconnect, SiriusXM, OnStar pops up just like phone cells pop up?
You got to remember.
I had this theory. Remember we talked about like the Wi-Fi? We were like, okay, if it was a family member and they were connected to the Wi-Fi, like maybe that would have shown up, right? I don't think we brought any dogs. Everything can be tracked. Yeah, I have questions about that and like what pings and what doesn't. I'm not a professional in that area, but like, did they clear, like, was the family's members' phones like not pinging? Annie lived like 10 minutes away. So girl, what cell phone tower was her phone pinging off of? I'm just curious.
For the SiriusXM or Uconnect Wi-Fi is just in your car.
You know?
It's actually just providing cellular service or Wi-Fi connection in your car. But then your car connects to the cellular network. That's how you're getting that information.
So it is just like a cell phone.
Yes.
I mean, it's not just like a cell phone. I mean, the way you detect it is the same way you detect a cell phone in the area. Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
I
here's
said
my next
yes.
question. What about this? What if, for the record, state your answer verbally? Another thing, Iker, what about this? What about a cell phone or a Uconnect? That's the Wi-Fi in a car connecting to a neighbor's Wi-Fi.
The Wi-Fi in the car. I didn't even think of that. I don't know how that works. True. Why do I feel like Sheriff Nanos is ignoring a lot of this, or no?
You know, when you're trying to get a cell,
Weird.
say, let's just pretend you're not at Starbucks because they have a Wi-Fi connection. Just say you're sitting out in a parking lot and you're trying to connect. And you see Publix and you see Trader Joe's and you see Starbucks and you find one to which you can connect. Or sometimes your phone will automatically connect to that. Would that be detectable?
It is detectable. And that's a thing that we do through Google, is determine what devices were in the area of different Wi-Fis. For example, they would put a geofence around Nancy Guthrie's residence, and they want any devices that were in the area of those Wi-Fi points. You know, it doesn't even have to connect to those Wi-Fi. It just has to be able to see that Wi-Fi device and measure its signal. So that's one of the things that the investigators are doing at this time.
Okay, Iker, slow down. Slow down, please. Sir,
slow down.
Can you say that again very slowly
Slow
for
it.
us mere mortals
Back
that
it
we're
up.
not with cast? Go ahead. One more time. You start with geofencing. Explain to everyone that's not
All of us.
tracking down killers, what is geofencing?
Thank you, Nancy.
That's going through Google and maybe other companies and providing them an area and then asking them of any of their devices that are in that area. Google can do that based on their devices, Android phones, getting signal from the various Wi-Fi points in that area, which allows them to say that device is in that area, for example, Nancy's residence.
Okay. I don't want to go too DEFCON 4 because that is exactly how jurors get confused. But you're telling me that, and I'm not talking about cell phones. We've already mined that. I'm talking about car Wi-Fi. I'm talking about Sirius XM or similar. I'm talking about OnStar. You're telling me that any Wi-Fi related device.
Dude, I just think anywhere that there's technology and internet, I think we're like all being tracked. No, like we're in 2026. Come on now. My car has a police scanner without me having a police scanner, without paying for one. You know how like back in the 90s, 2000s, we used to want to pay for those and they were like really expensive. My car automatically updated to that. So like, I question about all of this. I question? Yeah. The Apple Watch, the heart, the pacemaker, the families. Why haven't we heard anything about that? It's not our business, but yeah, it is our business at this point.
Whether it connects to someone's home, Wi-Fi or not, can be picked up, even if it's in the area. We're not talking about just cell phones. We're talking about cars. That's what we're talking about. And then once that can be identified, we can trace it back to the subscription.
Yeah, like when I'm driving, like my GPS like automatically like tells me like, it like tells me when the police are like three exits away from me. Yeah, it's a scanner. So I'm like driving, and I know when the police is there. Not that I'm hiding from the police, but you know what I mean? We're not getting into that, but.
You are correct. It can be cars. It can be an iPad without any cellular service. Fun. It can be a watch. It could be an iPad with no cellular service. It could be a cell phone. It could be a vehicle. All those devices are measured. Their location is measured by the surrounding Wi-Fi.
Sir, don't arrest me, sir.
And Google can say, based on where these known Wi-Fi points are, that they get that these devices are in this area.
Put up, Iker.
I plead the fifth.
Iker, that's really smart that you mentioned watches. So, geofencing, if the perp or his accomplice is wearing a watch, a smart watch,
or even AirPods,
a Garmin and anything, that's going to pop up?
That's correct. Now that has to have some sort of Google nexus to it.
Got it. Needs a Google Nexus. Okay. Speaking of accomplices, and I haven't even gotten to Mexico, the Guthrie family has now taken it upon themselves. And you got to wonder, why are the victims having to do their own searches to extend the search into Mexico? I'm going to get
she's not in Mexico.
Right to that, but also accomplice.
I've spent a lot of time there. I don't think she's there.
What accomplice? Now, I found this unusual. Dave Mack, everybody on the panel, look at this photo if you can see your monitor. The with a backpack and the without a backpack. From where did the backpack come? Was there a car waiting? Was he so close by he could just walk to the backpack? Has anybody noticed? Nima, Romani, what? There he is with a backpack. There he is without a backpack. Who handed it to him? What waiting car was there? What do you think about this, Nima Romani? Now, Nanos has dropped another bomb that he thinks there was an accomplice.
Well, I wouldn't be
Nanos, Thanos, and your disco shirt. We would like you to sit the fuck down.
surprised, Nancy, if there was an accomplice, at least after the fact, right? Here's someone who has now been gone for almost 3 weeks. And a lot of people are speculating Mexico because of the proximity to Mexico. And listen, I don't want to sound grim, but at a certain point, we got to start talking about this being a murder case and Nancy Guthrie not being alive. Obviously, she's a pacemaker.
Nima, you just... Yeah, at this point, it's a homicide, not a missing persons case. Take several seats, said Cree. Just fucking sit down somewhere.
She doesn't have her medication.
On the floor, on my lap. I don't care. Sit down.
Under kidnapping, federal law, it's a mandatory life sentence if someone dies.
You said at some point we have to talk about Nancy Guthrie possibly not being alive. Okay, we haven't reached that point, so let's deal with the here and now. Nima Romani, accomplice. Okay, I don't know how you wandered off into Nancy Guthrie is dead. Accomplice.
Well, let me tell you what, I'm thinking like a lawyer. And under federal law, if it's a kidnapping that causes death, it's a mandatory life case. The president is talking about the death penalty here, Nancy. So the perpetrator may be gone. And
wait, death penalty, but you don't even know who it is, or you don't even have any idea. What do you mean death penalty? Everyone, sit down, take a chill. Law enforcement is failing. Death penalty, ? We don't even know where the fuck Nancy is.
May have some help. Obviously, the closest place to go, given the proximity to the border, is Mexico. Now, obviously, that's after the fact. Now, before or during the commission of the crime, yeah, it's certainly possible. I mean, I want to know what that other DNA is, but I haven't seen anything definitively that leads me to.
Because remember, guys, remember in your notes, put it down. They found a partial DNA in the house, but it doesn't match up to the person outside in the camera, right? The intruder. But then the glove doesn't match either. So none of them is matching. Nope. No matches.
Believe that someone helped this perpetrator with the kidnapping, because what was he or she doing? Just waiting in the car? What was their role in all this? Just to give a backpack? It's certainly possible, but I would be surprised based on the evidence we have so far that someone helped in this abduction before it happened.
No, I disagree with Nima there.
They have not ruled out the thought that there's an accomplice involved. And Nancy, I'm with you. I don't see how it could be done by one person. I never have. And I go by simply how I know it is to try to get somebody to walk when they have trouble walking. You're talking about an 84-year-old woman who cannot walk 50 feet on her own. She needs.
So someone had to throw her over the shoulder and carry her.
Needs help. I'm not saying that she's an invalid. I'm just saying that to walk somebody who has issues walking is not an easy feat. To get her out of that house would have taken 2 people. Think about it, Nancy. If you deal with your mother and moving your mother around? Think about it. All she has to do is just be like a sack of potatoes, lay still. That guy's not carrying her out of there. It's not going to happen.
I don't like to victim blame, but like, why was your mother living alone at 84 years old? My mother's like 65 and I'm already like, do you need me to move in? Like, what do you need me to do? And she's like, are you crazy? Like, she's all there too. Trust me. Physically and mentally. But like,
people, it has to be. So the Nanos is saying they've not ruled out the possibility of a suspect, of an accomplice. Well, you know, you showed the backpack picture where the guy's wearing a backpack, and then in another one where he's not. I think you got two identically dressed guys that are out there trying to pull off a major kidnapping, and they've been successful so far.
Okay, Dave. You know what? I like you.
Yeah.
Do you hear what you just said?
Yes.
Two identically dressed guys.
Yep.
That have the same height, the same body build, the same gait.
Yeah, Anna says, my mom was taken away twice to go to the hospital. Took 3 of us to get her in the vehicle. Melly, I love that you're a good daughter. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Why didn't Savannah have her fully protected with the celeb she is? That's my point. That's my point is I'm nobody and I'm not a celebrity and I don't have that money. Whether I had that money or not, like I even if we were poor shit, living wherever, like I don't know, like we're all cut differently though. Like that's a point I don't think we can compare. But no, 84-year-old is elderly, and if she's not physically able to take care of herself, that's your responsibility. I'm sorry, that's what I believe. You don't have to agree with
the
me.
Same legs. Okay, I'm going to give you a few moments to rest and think about what you just said. Okay, and try not to say that again.
Walking.
That there are two people identically dressed. What?
Similarly dressed. We haven't
I
seen
can't
video
hear
of them
what?
both walking. We haven't seen video of them both walking, Nancy. We've only seen video, very little video. And then the pictures there, you've got somebody that is obviously not dressed identically. So did he take the backpack off and set it off to the side? I mean, this makes no sense. I'm saying two guys, similar height.
Okay, you just said they're
size.
identically dressed. Now you're saying they're not identically dressed. Okay, first of all, let's just stop because there's not two people.
Maybe somebody was carrying something else.
The same height, the same weight, wearing the same outfits. The one guy got
one at back, one at front. Doesn't mean they have to be twins. As long as you look similar, right? When committing the crime.
the backpack from somewhere. Was there a car waiting and was somebody in that car? Okay. I'm going to give you another few moments to just simmer down. Let's talk about the possibility of an accomplice. Tom Smith joining us, former NYPD detective, worked in homicide, was with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, now star 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆𝗆 podcast. Tom, the ransom letters, if they are connected, how could this idiot who's trying to reaches down and grabs a clump of plants to put over the door cam, how could that guy write a very eloquent, well-worded, well-crafted ransom note? Let's see
if it was a professional, aka a mob hit, mafia hit, cartel hit, you really think they're using dried up flowers or plants? Seems like something an amateur would do, not a professional, but maybe a professional, right? If they had other people involved or helping them? Question mark.
guy.
I don't know.
Here he goes. There, that's the ticket. I'll grab these plants. Yeah, okay, that's not working. I don't see it being the same person, Tom.
Yeah, no.
No,
I don't think it is. We said this. If you go back to the Nancy playlist, we said this. Like, million moons ago.
And I was never, ever sold on the ransom notes that were sent to TMZ, never, because of the time frame that it took to get them. Kidnappers don't work that way, Nancy. They grab their target, they set up what they want, who they're going to contact, and it's done quickly. Because the longer that kidnappers have their victims with them, it gives law enforcement a quicker time and a shorter time span to track them down. Kidnappings are done quickly. And on your other point, I don't think this was done by himself at all. Kidnappings are usually never done by one person, whether there's someone sitting in a car or standing and looking around as a lookout, but there is someone else in that area helping him. To carry someone out and get someone out of a house, even remotely resisting, is very, very difficult for one person to do. And then try to get them into a vehicle is a monumental task. And I never thought this was done by one person, and I still don't.
You know, I am projecting, which is not helpful when you're trying to try a case. But Tom, my mom lives with us. She's 94. And when you try...
Thank you, Nancy, for having your mom at your home.
To pick her up, it's dead weight. When you try to help her walk, very often I'll just get her to sit on her walker and I will wheel her wherever we're going because it is so hard to manage her. It's like 2 giant, tall kitchen trash bags full of sand. And they go this way and that way, and you're trying to drag them. It's hard. We know that she was upright. We believe she was upright when she first came out the door because those blood drops are clearly low velocity droplets. And if you study them, you see that in one spot, there are a couple, which means she was standing still, unable to go forward, just standing there. I don't know if she's trying to get her balance, but she stood there and several droplets fell in one place. There was kind of a satellite dropping, a grouping. That said, I think someone had to help her out the front door. And that's not a one-man job. Agree, disagree?
Agree.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And listen, if she had any thought in her head, we tell, people who might be abducted, even children, all right, even kids, drop down to the ground and become dead weight. Even a 10, 12-year-old kid that's laying down on the ground is hard to pick up and get somewhere, much less an 84-year-old woman. It's very difficult, and I don't think it's possible. And I am in total agreement with you that this was definitely more than one person.
Scott Eicher, another question is, Google was able to mine their literally trillions of data points to find Nancy Guthrie's door cam and resurrect it. What happened to the video of the perp leaving with Nancy?
I believe that the Pima County and the FBI.
We said this. Oh my God. We're like, what happened to the footage in the roof? The garage footage. He's about to say the Pima County.
Not releasing that. They want to show what's going to help them the most, which is him approaching.
I'm screaming. I'm screaming. Was it Nancy who opened that garage and walked through that door?
The door, we've got a size, we've got clothing, we've got all the other things. They're not going to release to the media if Nancy's drug out that front door. They don't want that to happen. That's just too fragile for the family to see. So they're giving us what they want us to see. I bet there's probably more.
What do you think, Scott Eicher, about the possibility we know they're in the scratching process? Could you explain what that is? And do you think there's any chance we're going to get the video off the roof, which might show the vehicle?
The scratching process is about data that's overwritten and overwritten. And when you're trying to get to data that's been overwritten, you have to take the layers off, and you have to do that very delicately as not to damage the layer underneath. So if it's possible to pull more video that's been overwritten, we'd love to see it, that's for sure.
Guys, a lot happening. The family is actually enlisting help from Mexico to find Mrs. Guthrie. Dave Mack, what do you know about it?
The Guthrie family has reached out to the Searching Mothers of Sonora. This is a group of mothers who actually try to help find missing people. And they've been reached out by the Guthrie family, not by the FBI, not by the sheriff's department. It's the Guthrie family reaching out to these individuals, asking for help in finding their mother. And the shocking part about this is that we're talking.
Yeah, and if there was blood at the door, there's no blood anywhere else. Like, they were that good. Just like Brian Koberger, he was that good to only leave his fingerprint on the sheath after he slit 4 people's throats. And there was pounds and gallons of blood everywhere, seeping through literally the foundation of the house.
Talking about Sonora, Arizona and Sonora, Mexico, they're right across the border, 60 miles to the south of Tucson, Nancy. It's not a big leap to think about how easy it would be to get a person across the border, especially in that area. Nogales, they check like 1 in 25 vehicles coming across the border. It's much different going from the United States to Mexico than it is coming from Mexico into the United States. So
yeah, Brian Anton made it seem like it was a walk in the dog park, but I guess it depends on where you're coming from into Mexico. But when my family, we're regulars in Mexico. We have property out there. We have a whole bunch of connections in Mexico. I do personally. But even when we drive out there, like we still get checked. Our cars still get checked.
Getting Nancy Guthrie out of the country in a matter of hours, Nancy, if that was where they wanted to be. And so far, the FBI and the sheriff's department, nobody's reached out as far as Mexico is saying. So the only reaching out is being done by the Guthrie family, as far as we know.
And yeah, you're right. Mexican authorities say no formal FBI request has been made in the Guthrie case, but the Guthrie family, that was my original question, is trying to get help. Explain.
Yeah, they've reached out to the Searching Mothers of Sonora. They've reached out to this group because this group works with people that are missing in Sonora, in that area. And so the Guthrie family has reached.
Yeah, I agree. Danielle, they need to leave Mexico alone. Like, what's even the connection to it? Yeah, I need the proof too.
Reached out to this nonprofit group, asking them for help. This group of women works with law enforcement in Mexico in trying to find kidnapped and missing individuals. So the Guthrie family has taken it upon themselves to reach out for help in Mexico.
Yep. It's called Desert Law, and it's an A&E.
Oh, wait. Oh, they're talking about
gavel to gavel coverage with real-time analysis. Crime Stories with Nancy Grace. Stream it first on Fox 1. I hope to see you there, and thank you, friend.
Did you know that the Pima County Sheriff's Department is part of a new reality show? I didn't. Yep. It's called Desert Law, and it's an A&E original series that focuses on the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Here's the trailer. A full reality show following sheriffs in the Pima County, a place I had never even heard of before this case, following them around where real danger strikes. And when night falls, the criminals come out. Did you guys know about this? Because this, to me, is a very surprising twist in this case, especially for a lead sheriff who's like, I'm not used to being in the spotlight. I'm not used to everyone hanging on my every word and then holding me accountable for what I say. This is literally a quote from Sheriff Nanos, who signed his entire sheriff's department up to be part of a reality show for A&E. In fact, if you go over to their YouTube shorts, they have a whole department, it looks like, just for social media, and lots of videos like this sheriff who's like, I'm excited about it. The cameras weren't that big of a deal. I can't wait to make my family proud. Like, they are setting themselves up for attention. And this is before Nancy Guthrie went missing. So I find it really odd that Sheriff Nanos, the head of the Pima County Sheriff's Department, who literally was elected to do this, and signed his whole crew up for a reality show, is shocked by the attention, doesn't know how to handle media, and is fumbling the case so hard. And is the world a stage? Are we just all on a reality show right now?
Yeah, is the world a stage? Thank you.
Is this like season 2?
That is from I'm Dana Bowling. Okay, a reality show has now injected itself in the search for Nancy Guthrie. It's called Desert Law. 𝗍𝗏 I'm sure you of all people see the consequences of this.
What the?
Nancy, I'm sitting here in LA and I've represented reality TV stars. They've been in my office. We've done shows about my firm. But listen, I got to hope for the best. You know, I've heard all the conspiracy theories that this is all a publicity play by the victims or law enforcement. And I'm the most skeptical person you'll probably ever meet. But I can't think that this is in any way related to the reality show. I certainly hope. I expect more from law enforcement. So,
well, you're hopeful.
Okay, that really
It
wasn't my question.
After the disco shirt, I don't know what to think.
Of course, the search for Nancy Guthrie is not related to the reality show. You're not being responsive. I'm referring to attacks on the evidence.
Nancy's like, cut it
because of the reality show. My mind is already ahead about how this evidence that is being amassed right now can be attacked by a defense attorney because of the reality show. That's my question. Let me refine it for you.
Yeah, fuck it now. What does this look like in trial when you do have the perp or et cetera, et cetera? Like, what does that look like in trial with all this buffoonery going on?
I don't think a judge is going to allow evidence of the reality show unless there's a direct link with the filmers, the producers, the sound guys and girls related to the collection of evidence.
Excuse me.
No judge is gonna
I had to
allow
cut you off
that.
so very quickly in your answer, but isn't it true, 𝗍𝗏, that any witness can be cross-examined on a potential pecuniary or money interest in the evidence?
Nancy yelling at me.
That they may have in the case. Isn't that true?
I like it.
Potentially, yes, but I think the state would in-limb that out.
No,
because
not potentially. The defense absolutely can cross-examine on a pecuniary interest. If your law partner, okay, becomes a witness in a case you are defending, let's just pretend it's a drug case, all right? You're defending the drug dealer. Your partner gets up on the stand to recount some incident. I would cross-examine him from one end of the courthouse to the next about your financial agreement with your partner. How much does she make if you win the case? If you lose the case, is there a retainer from the client? Don't you want to win the case? Won't you make money off this case? I would have a field day on pecuniary interest, money interest in the outcome of the case. That is a given and has been approved and affirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court as a valid line of cross-examination.
But the way these reality agreements work, Nancy, is the talent either doesn't get paid or gets paid very little. The sheriff's not going to make more money if the show blows up on A&E. The network, the production.
I heard too, guys. This is the thing I heard earlier. Pimas County is the lowest paying sheriff's department in Arizona.
Company, they keep all the money.
Excuse me.
So we'd have.
Hold on. What? Don't they get renewed if the show does well? That's a simple yes, no.
The renewals are usually options that the production company has, and they're baked in the original agreement at a certain
But if the show
price.
bombs, there's not going to be an option.
Well, they won't exercise the option.
I'm not a
surprised if it comes
DDS.
into
I don't know how to pull a tooth, but Jamie, could you give me a set of pliers? Because I'm going to use them on him, 𝗍𝗏. We all know that there's a financial incentive if you're starring in or consulting on a reality show. Out to Tom Smith, former NYPD detective, star of Gold Shields with the NYPD FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force. Do you see the problem with a reality show as it relates to this case?
Yeah, 100%. They have enough problems with this case so far with what may come down the road. A reality show is just making it worse. And I'm guaranteeing you, Nancy. There's a couple of defense attorneys right now in and around that area, very prominent, who all they're doing are taking notes. And they're writing stuff down, and they're gathering videos, and they're getting news reports, and they're putting it in a little box just in case they get hired to possibly defend whoever they end up locking up.
And when Nanos takes a stand, he will be cross-examined on
Yes, when Nanos takes a stand at trial.
a pecuniary or money interest because of the reality show in the Guthrie case. Now, that reality show has not covered the Guthrie case, and I hope it never does. And it may be entirely false that he has a money interest, but it will be a line of cross-examination. He has now opened up the sheriff's investigation to that. Is it true? Probably not. Is it a line of cross-examination? Absolutely. Back to Savannah Ryan joining us. Renowned DNA expert. What can you tell us about reports that 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗹𝗆 labs have been called in to do genetic genealogy? What would they be focusing on?
Well, I know that 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆 is very good at working with really highly degraded samples, things that maybe there's a mixture of DNA that they're able to work with and sort of piece out those different components. Because if you have a mixture, it can be difficult to upload that to the genealogical databases. I know that the FBI also has a contract. That's where they typically send their genealogical work. They don't do it in-house, but they will send it out to 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆. So that would be my best guess. It's probably a really low-level sample, something that's maybe a little bit degraded, that they know that 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆 has a proven track record of getting successful results from those type of samples.
And Savannah, 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆 experts at building out family trees, they were involved in not only the Bryan Kohberger DNA case, which was a spectacular win for the state, even though they squandered it in a cheap plea, but also the Rachel Morin case. As you recall, a guy from El Salvador who was running from a murder charge there came here. He attacked a minor girl in her home. Then he attacked and murdered Rachel Morin on the Ma and Pa Trail, a mother of 5, as I recall. They also, which the DNA was greatly degraded because she was out in the open and her body was in mud. It was a horrible scenario. 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆 came to the rescue and cracked that DNA case as well. So they've got a great...
Ooh, Lisa, you make a good point. That might be why she called the governor, because of legal ramifications, possibly. It's getting real interesting. I absolutely agree with you.
Track record dealing with minuscule amounts of DNA, as you said, degraded DNA, mixed DNA, building out the genetic genealogy family tree. So we're waiting and hoping that 𝗠𝗲𝗹𝗆 is brought in and that they turn another miracle. Savannah Ryan, you have another idea. What is it?
Well, you know, we're talking about things that this perpetrator might have touched. One of the things that we know he touched were those plants, the kind of strange decision to pick up.
No DNA on the plants. Okay, good.
Hold those plants and hold them in front of the camera. Yes, he's wearing gloves, but as we've already discussed, he still might have some of his own DNA on the gloves. And the other thing is, a lot of times when we're talking about transfer DNA or things that have been touched, it already has DNA on it. It already has background DNA from other people touching it. I would not really expect to see someone else's DNA on those plants for any reason. You might expect to see DNA from the doorbell, from the Nest camera, something like that. But I would not expect to see anybody's DNA other than
the 16 gloves. I'm sorry, that blows my mind.
And the perpetrator on the plants. So that could be an item that really needs to be further investigated and tested.
Yeah, the 16 gloves. 16 gloves, 8 pairs. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I don't know what to think of this Nancy case, but I'll tell you one thing is I don't think it's going very well. and I don't think it's going to end very well. And I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but let's be realistic here, okay? For like 1 second, let's be realistic. Most of you have common sense. So, sus. It's a lot. It's a lot. I have been covering Nancy case for basically every day. So there is a playlist. She lived a full life at least. R.I.P. Nancy. Well, I hope not R.I.P., but R.I.P. if that's true, but not R.I.P. if we can still be hopeful and find. I do. I hope that maybe someone's hiding her and they want money. That's like, I'm hoping for that. Like that the people still have her and they want money, but today is the 20th day. So we'll continue to cover Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace and Brian Enton and Megyn Kelly. Ashley Banfield, it's a hit or miss. It's a hit or miss of whether or not we'll cover her on there. I just fear with all her illnesses, her age. It's a lot. It's a lot. So shout out to you all of here. I know you will hit the like button on the way out for your girl. We covered Nancy Grace, old cases, cold cases, new cases. We're covering the Epstein files as well. Sub up if you're up for a good time. We got a lot of new subs tonight, a lot of new viewers. Pacemaker, exactly, Anna. Exactly. When was the last time there was a kidnapping for this long and the person was still alive? I plead the fifth. Long time. I just fear with all her illnesses, she lived a full life. Yeah. They're probably in a lot of deep dookie right now trying to clean up. That's what I think it is, Lisa. I think they're doing a lot of cleanup. Are they better before it gets to trial? There's a trial, which we don't even know. Thanks, Danielle, for being here. Congrats, Melanie. Yes, shout out to all of you guys. Please hit the like button on the way out. Thank you for hanging out here. We're going on 5 hours. Sometimes we like to stay up late here and have a good time, do after darks. Most of the day I'm doing true crime. And if you're into that, please sub, like, do all of them YouTube things. I will be back bright and early tomorrow. Back to true crime. I really hope Nancy is found. I really, at the bottom of my heart, hope that she is. And as much as we can theorize on things, no one is victim blaming. All of the information I shared tonight is public information on Google, X, YouTube. You all can make your own opinion about the case. We're just here sharing our thoughts, hanging out as a community, and I appreciate all of you for hanging out tonight. There are a lot of viewers tonight, and I appreciate that. So please hit the like button on the way out. We are on day 20 officially now of Nancy, and I will have a plethora of lives for tomorrow, and we will continue to cover Nancy as well. So shout out to all of you guys. Let's hope she's found. Let's hope that Nanos does not wear any more disco shirts. I love you guys. Appreciate you. And I will see you on the next one.